Maybe God is trying to tell you something. Maybe God is trying. My mind is God's mind. I'm always reflecting divine wisdom and divine intelligence. My brain symbolizes the capacity to think wisely and spiritually. God's ideas unfold within my mind in perfect sequence. I'm always poised, balanced, serene, and calm, knowing that God will provide the perfect solution to not just some of my needs, all of my needs. Amen. Amen. You say amen. I say, God, you promise. You say lie. I say, God, you promise. Huh? Let's do a quick fun fact. Quick fun fact. Did you know that science has based the shape of the earth? Huh? The equation that they use for the global scale is based on the mathematical equation of a solid rectangle. Oh, maybe God is trying to tell you something, huh? That was just a little fun fact. How long have I known that? You don't know what the foundations of the earth is, but you know that God created you before the foundations of their mathematical equations, before the foundations of a DNA code and structure. God created you from the light source of love that He is. Maybe, maybe God is. Greater light, greater light, greater light. Take the fun fact and run with it. The mathematical equations that they're using right now in Federal Register, those mathematical equations that they're saying, well, now we don't need the curvature of the earth. We don't need the mathematical equation of a sphere that help us create the foundations of the earth in the rectangular volume of solid form. We don't need that anymore. When we finish with these codes and frequencies that we're gonna upload on the 8th, if they ain't ready, that's their problem, because God been giving them all the necessary time that they needed. As a matter of fact, I know they sitting back laughing, God gave them 400 years, 500 years, God gave them so long that they don't even believe God coming back anymore. Some of them, there's some that God took so long, that they don't even believe in God anymore, So we got them now, Beam me up, Scotty. Y'all better get ready. But since, there's a lot of people that don't believe in the Bible, that's fine. You don't have to believe in the Bible. That's all good. But you believe in your government. You believe you're going to get that check. So if you believe in the government, why don't you believe in the Federal Register where they put all their laws and everything that they say? And they believe in God. They believe in God. They believe in the angels, the better. They listen to the whispering of their better angels. Their angels better than God's angels as they gather Gog and Magog. Yep. Mm-hmm. That's what Biden said. Biden said what he said. The better I respond and listen to the better voices of our angels as we do left in war. supply all the weapons of mass destruction and killing. Huh? Greater light, greater light. Let me get it together. Let me get it together. You can repeat this with me if you want to. You don't have to. Huh? But it is my affirmation. My mind is God's mind. God will supply all of your needs. He put that in your DNA before the foundations of this earth. Before whoever your biological father was or is, or like me, I don't even have no idea who mine is, what he looked like or nothing. Huh? That's why I'm so glad I got me a daddy named God. Huh? But whoever your flesh was floating around in some sack somewhere, and before the magnetism of your mother got drawn to whoever your greedy grandpappy is, huh? You were already formed and created. Your steps was already ordered. And the choice is yours. You have a choice. You have a choice. You have a choice to join Gog and Magog and everything that they're preparing in the Federal Register. And I'm going to do what I said I'm going to do, that I was going to do earlier. The first 2 hours after I read the scripture is going to be dedicated to Federal Register course. You have a choice to keep all your sins and secrets locked up. That when they send the frequencies, those nanoparticles and graphene codes and everything that they got, that they said in the Federal Register is happening. They putting it in the waters. They putting it in those vaccination shots that they shooting up in IVs and everything, saline drops. If it attaches, it's just going to be like in the movies. If it can attach, once they send that frequency, the Bible says those who are vile are going to be worse. Any type of mental health issues you got is going to be worse. But if you have the love and light code, if you focused on not this flesh and not the things of this earth, but the love and light of God that Jesus talked about, just love alone, you'll have a protection. You'll be protected for the 5 months. What happens after that, I don't know. This stuff was here and written before I got here. I'm just giving it to you the way God told me to give it to you. Humbly, I can't even sing right. I'm so happy. I'm so excited that God is going to keep his promise. And everything is written. No man knows the day or the hour. But when I tell you they getting ready, the demons, they celebrating. They doing all types of celebrations. All types of celebrations. They're like, yes, yes. We get to do whatever we want to do with our devil demon daddy and his 72 ruling demons of the lesser keys. We gonna get to do all the stuff we want to do. Torment those who scared of the dark. I walk around. I don't do night lights. I would send some, but I don't do night lights. I don't do that. I do them for my grands though. I say, hey, you can have a night light. But I'm not scared of the dark. I don't see shadows and stuff anymore. I don't see all that stuff, huh? I never seen a ghost, y'all. Now, that's the thing. I've never seen ghosts. Anything that is of the devil, torment, uh, confusion, fear, all the things that are not of God, when they open up this portal and they release the codes that they've been working on, they're working on them so fast and trying to get it all balanced just right that every time they do a code, and I don't know how many are all on the same frequency of love and light, the ears start clogging. The magnetization or whatever they're working on with the poles, ears start. And then I know it's not just me, because I'll sit and wait, and as it's happening to me, my granddaughter go, and she keep doing like this. My grandson, the same thing. My grandson, he'll go, "What's that?" So I don't have to feel like it's just me. It's like, yep, it's okay, babies, huh? You were sealed up with love and light before your mama's womb. let me read what Jesus had to say about all this. Jesus said, and the last signal, there's going to be a signal. What signal after the 400 years of slavery? I don't know. That was written. I didn't make that up. That's in the Bible. What signal? Because this signal that's happening on the 8th is a 400-year signal. Don't forget now how many times they done changed up the calendars and stuff, and time got shifted and everything. Let's say they'll just do a 400 years. Huh? Take a leap, jump 4 years, huh? Take a leap, jump 4 years, huh? Take a leap, jump 4 years for 400 years. Jesus said there's going to be that last signal, just like that. I'm not making it up. I'm going to make sure read it, let you hear it. At the turn of the century. Century? No, he didn't say century in there. Because the devil knows the scripture. The devil going to go ahead and make sure he ready with him and his army, Gog and Magog. Let me show you. And he say, oh, we getting it ready for the century. Let me show you. Federal Register. Let's go. See that? Harmonization. Let me blow it up. Blow it up. Let me blow it up. Huh? Get your hearts and your lights in order, because here they come. Remember, this is a global entry to the century. Huh? And it's a final rule. That don't say century. Yeah, it don't say it the way you spell it, but the phonetics is the same. Application procedures for global entry and century. Homeland security. No, this has to do with traveling. Okay. Traveling on, I'm going home on the morning train. How you traveling? Huh? Get right, church, and let's go home. One of these mornings, and it won't be long. You see, it wasn't long. He left that long ago. Look for me, and I'll be gone. Look at that. Look at this. Look how they drop it. I'm talking about they dropping stuff back to back. Ain't everybody all right with it? I was just going over one of Dr. Inky's old videos. And he said, it ain't nobody saying nothing. Everybody just okay with it. They just are drinking and drugging and talking, and they all right. I don't know how I came across that video. That was 2 months ago, but I didn't want no foolishness in my mind. I didn't want to watch any foolishness today. Huh? I needed to watch something educational. So I went over it and with the one. I'm not saying Dr. Inky don't do foolishness, but I love the community that I like to roam around in. So, but I just didn't want no foolishness today. And he said, "And ain't nobody saying nothing. It's just okay. Something ain't right." And that's what I say. You see this? The one yesterday, anybody who loved money and got they, oh, look at them. Look. Y'all look what they doing. Look, can you see my screen? I ain't touching it. I'm not touching it. I'm not touching it. Look what they doing. Oh my goodness. Look what they doing. They want me to stop. Woo, woo. Anyways, those who love their money and got their mind set on their funds and stuff, they had like 4 or 5 items that came through yesterday about the transition of the coins and how they propose that it's going to transfer sooner than other people think. People who talking about, oh, this ain't gonna happen till 30 years from now or 20 years. Nah, nope, honey. And the excuse they're gonna use is things that may happen, things that are man-made. So they said like fires, hurricanes, and they gave a list, and then they said or war or acts of God. They didn't say that the fires and all these other things are acts of God. They just said, in case of these things, all of these things are inclusive to us being able to transfer the funds from the dollar to the light coins with no problem in cases of this, and that. I'm talking about, it's a whole list of it. But don't believe me, you could come to Federal Register and check it out for yourself. And all of these things that are in here matches up with the Bible. Every time I show you something here in Federal Register, you could bet your bottom dollar left the sending bank. Sit on the banks of the river. You could bet your bottom dollar it's in the Bible or any other ancient manuscript that anybody may believe in, whether it be a indigenous cave writing manuscript, a native writing manuscript, a Hawaiian feather goddess manuscript, a Kali manuscript, a Buddha, a Prana, anywhere off of the 33 or more stellars that they have on the face of this earth. It's written. It's written and it match. You could either throw dice or throw some chips on the act. It's here. But let me get to the Bible. Let me get out of here because I'm going to come over here about this century thing. But like I said, before I do that, I'm going to make sure that I let some man, because the thing is, nobody really believes anything I say. They disregard it, they throw it to the side, they overtalk me, they don't want to hear me. They revere their men in business suits, with their mega churches with books on the shelves, and certificates and trophies. Because who am I? Nothing. I'm nobody. I'm just a nobody trying to tell everybody about the love and light of God that can save you, Nothing, I mean nothing man-made on this earth matters. My daughter even asked, she made a statement. She said, I mean, mommy, you love God that much and you that much into it. What if he tests you like Job? I said, hey, you asking me that for me or for you? Huh? Because whatever God does, he's in control of, not me. I'm not in control of that. I'm not in control of that. I'm only in control of showing you what true love and light is. And I know at times you think I'm crazy for it. Yeah, my daughter thinks I'm crazy for the amount of forgiveness that I do. As a matter of fact, she told me, she said, you better be glad I forgive you. Even if I don't talk to nobody else in the family, you just be grateful that I forgave you. I said, nah, you shouldn't live like that. But hey, that's between you and God. God created you before the foundations of my womb. Huh? Exactly. But I know that the love and light in her. But she asked me that question. There was a time that I would worry every time she pull off. Oh my goodness. Because all in the back of my mind is my son. It was that time, my son. I can't lose another one, huh? Until God showed me, what you mean? Lose what? Lose what? And now that I am fully armored in his love and light, I don't worry. Because God is in control. God is in control. I believe that my children will not be forsaken. God is in control. I refuse to be moved, and I forgot how the song. There is no power above or beside him, we know. Oh, God is in control. Oh, he has never let me down. He didn't let me down that whole year that I didn't make a phone call. That whole 5 months as I was out there without a place to lay my head. Huh? If he didn't let me down then when I was sinking deep in sin, far from a peaceful shore, why will I worry now? When I'm full of the love and light, wanting to give it share it with the world, huh? I like to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony, not in this type of harmony they got going on here. Y'all see this harmony they got going? Look. You see this harmony over here? Look, look at this harmony they about to do. Nuclear, radioactive. Look at this stuff. Look at this. Look at this stuff. Look. As a matter of fact, again, you want to know if you in a safe zone right now? You just type in your city. Those who live in Virginia, please. Anybody right now got family in Virginia, please. Tell your family. You go look in the Federal Register. Don't believe what I'm saying. Go look at the Federal Register. and know that there hasn't been any mudslides and flooding and all that in Virginia. It's about to happen, and it's a whole slew of stuff going to be going on. You just type in your city. That's what the Federal Register is here for. They say these are rules, final rules, and laws. And yeah, it's in the Bible. But if you want to be prepared, don't say we didn't tell you. Before they knocked down that bridge, they had it in the Federal Register, what they was going to do. Last year, when I kept covering the Federal Register and showing, I said, look, the places where they need to rebuild bridges and infrastructure and all that, it's right here. The United States government made it as transparent as possible. They put it on the White House site. They put links. They said, this is information for y'all now. We're going to have to do a whole lot of flooding out and changing at a particular time. If you come into the hospitals after these particular dates, just know it's part of our law and regulation now. We don't really have to ask you to stick particular things in your IV because you are a patient of research and development in the United States. That's in the Federal Register. And it's written that it is going to happen like that. Here we go. Let me get to the word. Let me get to the word. Mad Catter, Chief Engineer du Cherois, Greater Light. Yeah. And every time they do something with those tones and frequencies, it's who are you, Mad Catter? Mad Catter. Let me go ahead and read. Chief Engineer du Cherois. Jesus tells about his return. Jesus tells, I read this the other day, but it is impressed upon my heart to read it again. It is impressed for me to read it again. Just because of that verse that says, and then at the last signal. If anyone tells you the Messiah has arrived at such and such a place, or has appeared here or there, don't believe it. You better not believe it. There ain't nobody on the other side of the screen, because more than likely, if they gonna say it, they gonna have a video, something in the media saying, oh, Jesus came. Like I said, let me tell you, let me just expound on that right there. If Jesus come and he come by himself, don't believe it. Spread the message. If you know that how they can do laser shows way back in the 80s on a mountain and make it look like the horses coming to life off a Stone Mountain. That's my experience, my personal visual experience. Look like the horses came in 3D image and just start galloping off the mountain and coming towards you all the way back then. Now, the technology that they have now that they've been doing, that they can expand, like the year before last year, over so many hundreds of miles, laser shows and stuff, and 3D images and images that just, you can't tell if it's real or fake, right? So at any point, Elon them can do a whole, here go Jesus. We gonna make the clouds roll back and there go Jesus. I'm gonna tell you, take it from me. Listen to what grandma telling you. If you see Jesus up there by himself, you better not bow. If you just see Jesus alone with some clouds in the sky, and it don't look like the image of Jesus that's in your mind, you better not bow. I'm telling you, that's a trick. That's me expounding on this verse right here. If Jesus showed up by himself, and if anyone tells you the Messiah has arrived in such and such a place or has appeared here or there, don't believe it. There's somebody gonna call, but be like, go outside. Did you see? No, it ain't gonna go down like that. Everybody gonna see at the same time. Now you ain't gonna be on no media. For false Christ shall arise, and false prophets, and will do one like anybody prophesying, talking about they prophesying with this stuff already written. That's why I make sure it's my disclaimer. I ain't prophet. I'm not prophesying nothing. It's written. Prophecies is about something that no other person can see. That didn't exist already. It wasn't written. It was just, prophet saw something. And will do wonderful miracles, so that if it were possible, even God's chosen ones would be deceived. See, I have warned you. Jesus said this, I warned you now. So if someone tells you the Messiah has returned and is out in the desert, don't you bother to go and look. Or that he is hiding in a certain place. Don't believe it. For as the lightning flashes across the sky from the east to the west, so shall my coming be when I, the Messiah, returns. And whatever the carcass is, there the vultures will gather. Wherever the carcass, what? The carcass is, the vultures will gather. I don't know what kind of vultures. Let me see. They talking about vultures that look like this. Carcasses the vultures on the assigned to the Federal Register. They got them talk about they eagles. We know they not eagles. Talking about like that right there. You're talking about like that symbol right there. See that symbol? What carcasses they talking about? The carcass on your dollar. But I wasn't even sharing. Let me share that screen. Talking about the carcasses on your dollar. The vultures that is around the carcass. And wherever the carcass is, there the vultures will gather. That's deep. Jesus said, when I come, wherever carcass is, the vultures will gather. You got a car, cars. You got a car or cars. Immediately after the persecution of those days, the sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give light, and the stars will seem to fall from the heavens. It says the stars will seem to fall from the heaven. Meaning during that time of the eclipse, when they send out all these military, National Guards, and everybody that they sending out, and all the frequencies of that are going to happen, Elon Musk, Starlink, all those different satellites that they put up, their new constellation is going to be visible. I don't know for how long that new constellation is going to light up, but they're going to close out the ceremony of that new constellation. So it doesn't say that the stars is going to fall from heaven. Jesus literally does not say in this scripture that the stars are going to fall from heaven. It says, and the stars will seem to fall from the heavens, and the powers overshadowing the earth will be convulsed. Which powers? The powers of spiritual wickedness in high places. It doesn't say that it's going to be destroyed. It doesn't say that they're going to be, let me get the etymology of convulse. I'll do that later. Let me write it down because I don't want to get too far off from the scripture. But it's like going into a seizure. So there'll be a transference of energy where they will be able to be released, and a burst during this eclipse. Jesus said that. Jesus said it's going to be what? The powers overshadowing the earth, the powers of spiritual wickedness in high places. So at this moment, very moment during the eclipse, when they finish with what they finish, and when we that are sealed in the love and light that will refuse to take the mark of the beast will have a form of protection for 5 months. That's written. I told you, this eclipse is not the end of anything. It's the beginning. It's the beginning. I'm sending my smoke signals up. I was going to send my smoke signals up. Make sure I release. Release. Release all up. Release. Nope. Nope. Release. Take me out of Egypt. Release. Release. All them old paperwork's in there. Release. Up in flames. Up in flames. Yes, sir. I know what time it is. God is going to keep his promise. And then, okay, so see, once all that happens, Jesus says, and then at the last signal of my coming will appear in the heavens, and there will be a deep mourning all around the earth. So all the things that they got going on, talking about missiles and stuff within the month, because they have the frequencies that are going on around the 8th, and then each week after that, there's some type of major disasters that'll be happening all the way up until May. It's written. It's in the Federal Register. It's written. It's in your word. So whatever is going to cause a deep mourning for all around the earth is going to happen within the weeks after they finish pretending like they gods, sending that beam from James Webb Telescope out there that's going to align at the same time. The structure that they finished on the moon is supposed to be sending its frequency at the same time. The structures that Japan have is supposed to be sending their frequencies at the same time. China is supposed to be raising their sun at the same time. Right now they have in the few about the tunnels. Remember Biden put in his bid last year about all the pipelines. So they have where explosions supposed to happen in the pipelines in the oceans. That's written in Federal Register. So at that last signal of my coming will appear in the heavens, and there will be a deep mourning all around the earth. And the nations of the world will see me arrive in the clouds of heaven with great power and glory. And I shall send forth my angels with the sound of a mighty trumpet blast, and they shall gather my chosen ones from the farthest ends of earth and heaven. Now learn a lesson from the fig tree. When her branch is tender and her leaves begin to sprout, you know that summer is almost here. That's not about the fig tree. That's about the season that's all of this is going to go down. No man knows exactly what day or what hour. Huh? But Jesus said, I'm going to let you know around the season now. So learn a lesson from the fig tree. When her branch is tender and the leaves begin to sprout, you know that summer is almost here. Summer. Judah, Sumer. Summer, sunshine. Just so when you see all these things begin to happen, you can know that my return is near, even at the doors. Then at last, this age will come to its close. You know, for those that think that most of this is propaganda. Jesus came as an example, a blueprint. And he said, out of everything I could tell you, you won't make it to the Father if you can't love greater than I did. You're going to do greater than me. I have given you the authority to do greater. And there is no greater love than knowing you are a reflection of the love source of the Most High, sunshine. That if you can't think about somebody that has hurt you in the past and it make you want to cry, make you feel some type of way about them, make you not even want people to be associated with them because it still brings up pains and memories and bitterness and confusion. There's a lot of things going on that if you could, you would. Me, I would go and I would lock up everybody that is vile. I don't have the authority, but I know that God is going to keep his promise and he's going to take care of it. And he gave me one commandment: love. And you have to love the ones that hurt you the most. And you have to love the things that you don't understand. Huh? And you have to live off a light source, not dead flesh, not graven images. You have to look in the mirror and know that you are created from love. And that when anybody hears your tone and frequency or see your face, that they can see the reflection of love. And it's not through nothing that you doing, Abigail. You ain't all that. It's me. It's only because of me. You don't have to prove anything but love. That's it. Every time things get hard or make you feel like it, may make you feel some type of way. I don't know. I haven't experienced that in a minute. But if it do get like that, think on good things. I gave you a lot of good memories. Think on the good things. And know that I'm going to take care of it all. Vengeance is mine. And I love so much that I'm not going to be the one. God doesn't deal with anger and fear and all that stuff. That's stuff locked in by Solomon's houses, Solomon's keys, Solomon's temples, all these sororities, all these Greek gods and demons and deities and stuff. They're the ones that's going to have the fun and the pleasure because they know the story. They said, well, we got to take as many with us. Got to have enough food for the gods. You think you're scared of the dark and vampires and stuff you shouldn't be watching, gory movies and stuff. I'm just saying, heaven and earth will disappear, but my word remain forever. But no one knows the date and the hour when the end will be. Not even the angels. Ain't nobody, not even the angels. Because if I knew, I'd tell. I would tell. I'm telling. nor even God's son. Meaning the son don't even know. What? You mean to tell me Jesus don't even know when he coming? That's why I say, you hear me? I've been saying it for about 30 days now. God, you promised. I'm talking straight to God. God, you said in your word that if I accept that Jesus is a blueprint of the way that I'm supposed to be, and Jesus said that I would do greater than he, you said you'll keep your promise. You will destroy the wicked of this earth. You said that I will get to see my son and my son will be by your side. I'm ready. I'm talking straight to God because Jesus don't even know when he's coming. God, keep your promise. Let's go. The world would be at ease. See, that's what's going on right now. Ain't nobody studying nothing. They trying to make sure they 401k and all their assets and yielding investments, land and taxes, bank accounts filled. Plans to travel the world. Ain't nobody worried. Thinking, let's get ready and have an eclipse party. Let's buy us some Tupac CDs. Tupac is being resurrected in forbidden knowledge. Let's drink and party and have a grand old time. Yeah, ain't no, but the world is at ease. No matter what the Federal Register say, the laws that they saying and all the things and seances and demons that they raising up through the Department of Defense and Homeland Security and Commerce and all the stuff. The world will be at ease, banquets and parties and weddings, just as in Noah's time before the sudden coming of the flood. People wouldn't even believe what was going to happen until the flood actually arrived and took them all away. So shall my coming be. I want to be ready. 2 men will be working together in the fields, and one will be taken and the other left. Which one you think is taken and the other one left? The one that is taken is the one that was saying, look, I'm going to be ready when Jesus comes. And the one that was left is the one that was like, let's go to the barn and have a wedding. And I got my yielding investments in my lamp. And the bridegroom going to take all them young virgins. The ones that escaped is the ones who didn't have no yielding investments. They don't realize that story is saying that this bridegroom had 5 virgins before time for the wedding with his wife. He going in the late midnight hours to get with some virgins that said, look, we have our yielding investments and stuff. You go. We took your oil while you was asleep. And we want to give ourselves to Big Daddy in the barnyard. Now you got to go to the bank and go get your own. You go, bye. Those brides that was outside the door didn't even realize that they was lucky. They was saved. That's why they locked the door. If it was a wedding that everybody could go to, the doors wouldn't have been locked. Be like, welcome one and all, huh? Oh, you don't have a light. You don't have a light. Well, you can stand next to me and share my light. No, that's not how they did. Oh, you didn't look at the story that way? That's the way I interpret it. Because that's just the way Jesus saying all this to me. So the one that was left in the field, he was like, yep, nope. I'm concerned about the things in the field. Another one was like, yeah, I'm working it, but I'm waiting on Jesus to come. I'm not trying to store up my stuff here. 2 women will be going about their household task, and one will be taken and the other one will be left. Something like Mary and her sister. And one of the sisters was cleaning the house and cooking and doing so much for the church. And the other sister, she, as soon as Jesus came, she just sat down. She was like, okay, Jesus, I want to listen to what you got to say. And the other sister came like, that's not right. You see me, I'm doing all this work, preparing the house, cleaning and cooking. Shouldn't she be helping me? Y'all remember that story? That's what that verse is like. Just as a man can prevent, so be prepared, for you don't know what day your Lord is coming. But just as a man can prevent trouble from thieves by keeping watch for them, so you can avoid trouble by always being ready for my unannounced return. And being ready means you ain't concerned about nothing that's going on in this flesh. Not that you gonna let yourself go, but you're not storing up and thinking about things, especially when you know God is in control of all your means. Are you a wise and faithful servant of the Lord? Have I given you the task of managing my household to feed my children day by day? Blessings on you if I return and find you faithfully doing your work. I will put such faithful ones in charge of everything I own. But if you are evil and say to yourself, my Lord won't be coming for a while, let me make sure. My retirement is good. Let me get ready for the next vacation. Let me decide which parts of the earth I'm going to travel. I'm just saying, this is Jesus talking now. But if you are evil to say to yourself, well, my Lord won't be coming for a while, and begin oppressing your fellow servants, partying, getting drunk, your Lord will arrive unannounced and unexpected and severely whip you and send you off to judgment with the hypocrites. If you ain't making sure your house is in order, all them dirty little secrets, huh? I'm just saying, the Bible says so. The Bible tells me so. That has caused vines of all type of confusion and hatred and bitterness, huh? Separation, whole families separated. You would think a family only got 3 people in it, 3 or 4 or 5, 6 people in it, when they have a whole slew of family, but it's so separated because of dirty little secrets and stuff. That ain't entering into the kingdom of heaven. I don't care who you are. Huh? But see the love and light of me, I would say love anyway. Huh? Let the words of my mouth be acceptable in your sight, O Lord, my strength and my redeemer. Oh, that's the end? Nope, it says it severely whip you and send you off to judgment with the hypocrites, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. God is going to keep his promise. As a matter of fact, let me take a break before I play this Federal Register lesson for those who really don't know what the Federal Register is. Again, as long as I've been saying it, I don't know why I ain't think about it from the beginning, because As long as a man standing in a suit with books on a table can explain the Federal Register, then maybe they would listen. As long as I'm saying it, they ain't going to hear me. But it was received by the Holy Spirit, the holy oil within my DNA code. God spoke to me. He said, look, just play that right there. For the little few in numbers. Remember, it's okay to be Gideon's 300 in my army. You don't have to have 200,000 subs, because I could show you what 300 against a big army can do through my love and light codes. I'm going to show you that. You don't have to worry about that. You just do what I tell you to do. Don't worry about it when you look up there next to that live button and it says 0. You don't worry about that, huh? You just, your steps ordered, huh? Humbly, humbly I ask thee. See, I'm losing it. Teach me your will. I like to, I have a falsetto voice. Remember, I told y'all I don't know notes. God purposely made sure I couldn't connect with these notes. But I have a falsetto that I can do. And I like to do it sometimes, but lately what's happening? My mustache getting thicker. My voice getting deeper. My beard growing faster than usual. Whatever they doing with the magnetism and the frequencies and all that, because I don't shave. I don't shave. Not this. Because I always knew as soon as you start shaving that, based on my family history from young, first time I seen them shave and it got thicker, I said, oh no, I'm going to make sure I don't shave that right there. But it's coming. Getting thick. I really feel like parts of me be wanting to let it grow, yo. I want to let it grow. I do. It's like I don't want to be shaving nothing. I don't want to be shaving. My daughter said, I should let it grow. I can see my grandson now. Kwama! I like it. That's his favorite line. He see me, he said, Grandma, I like it. Humbly I ask thee, teach me your will. While you are working, help me be still. Let's go ahead. Federal Register, let me play this song. Let me play this song real quick. Here we go. Which version? I like this version. I prefer this version right here.
Who is being created to a true knowledge, according to the image of the one
Matt
created him.
You going in?
Who in darkness will see a great light. Those who live in a dark land, the light will shine on them. God's promise, 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 promise. Deep ground. God's promise, 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 promise. Loud roar. God's mind is my mind, my mind is light. I am in no ways reflecting His mind. I am in no ways refracting His sight. In all ways I acknowledge, no lodge, no college. God, you promised that great day will come. Yes, God, you promised that I will see my son. You promised that He is by your side, and nothing can separate this love inside. No, no masters, no doctors can prescribe ways in my callings. Only his ways, so ancient of days, can correct. He reflects the path I acknowledge. God's promise, 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 promise. God's mind is my mind is light. I am in no ways reflecting his might. I am in no ways refracting his sight. In all ways I acknowledge, no ledge, no college. God, you promised that a great day will come. Yes, God, you promised that I will see my son. You promised that he is by your side, and nothing can separate this love inside. No, no masters, no doctors can prescribe ways in my callings. Only his ways, all ancient of days, can correct. He reflects the path I acknowledge. All aside, and nothing can separate this love inside. No, no masters, no doctors can prescribe ways in my. Put on the new self who is being created to a true knowledge according to the image of the one who created him. The people who walk in darkness will see a great light. Those who live in a dark land, the light will shine on them. God's promise, 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 promise. God's promise, 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 promise. God, you promised that a great day will come. Yes, God, you promised that I will see my son. You promised that he is by your side, and nothing can separate this love inside. No, no masters, no ledge, no college. No masters, no doctors can prescribe ways in my. People who walk in dark.
All right, all right. Let's get this Federal Register workshop. Oh, goodness. And the reason why I did decide to do this because my granddaughter's father asked me to show him, we were on the phone, how to look through the things that we agree upon that he know without looking into the law. And so because he asked me, well, why do I second guess myself by going to Federal Register? And it's not that I'm second guessing myself. It's a form of confirmation so that when I speak to people and I make sure to say, don't believe what I'm saying to you. To say to people, I'm not exaggerating or making things up, especially if you believe in the government where you getting your money and your taxes, where you paying all your bills like you work every day, like in Matthew 25, huh? You make 5,000, they give you $5,000 to work for them, and you make $5,000, but you don't get nothing because you spend it all on your light bills and your grocery bills and your house bills and your car insurance and your all your insurances. So at the end, you don't really have anything except for, remember, I went over that. That's Matthew 25. That's what that is saying right there. Okay, hold on one moment. Let me see. Yeah, I'll let them leave a message right now. They can leave a message, whoever that is. Okay. So here we go. Here we go. What was I saying? I lost my thought. Oh yeah. So that's what Federal Register is here for. I don't know. I again, I lost that thought. That caught me off guard. Unknown caller. Oh, I guess they sincere about.
Darkness will see a great light. Those who live in a dark land, the light will shine on them. God's promise, 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 promise. God's promise, 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 promise. God, you promise that a great day will come. Yes, God, you promise that I will see my son. You promise that he is by your word on the new self who is being created to a true knowledge according to the image of the one who created him. The people who walk in darkness will see a great light. Those who live in a dark land, the light will shine on them.
So welcome to the Office of Federal Register. This is a workshop on the Federal Register, what it is and how to use it. Federal Register is produced by the Office of the Federal Register, and I often say that our office perhaps should be named the Office of the Code of Federal Regulations, because the body of material that we're involved in producing is federal regulations issued by executive branch agencies. And then our Federal Register is the means by which that body of information, the Code of Federal Regulations, is updated on a regular basis. Today we're going to be going through the following topics. I want to give you the legal basis for the Federal Register system. We'll talk about how it came about. It hasn't always existed since the beginning of the federal government, but why did it? Why was it created when it was? What the regulatory process is in the federal government, and particularly the role of the public in that process. How then an individual volume of the Federal Register and the Code of Federal Regulations is organized. We'll actually look at each of those books so you'll know how to navigate around that. And by the end of this workshop, you should have a good grasp of the relationship between the Code of Federal Regulations, the Federal Register, and public laws. If you don't understand that by the time I'm done, then I failed in my primary mission today. And then we'll also expose you to some research tools for using the Federal Register. The Federal Register office produces not just the Federal Register, but these other publications. Some of them are very much related to federal regulations, and some have a little less connection to them, but we will be addressing those as we go through our topic. So let's start with the legal basis for the Federal Register. Whenever the Congress passes a law and it is sent to the president for signature, the two ways that a law can become official is by signature of the president, right? Or if the president vetoes the law, then by overriding of the veto by the Congress. In any case, once an action is taken to make that either by law, by president's signature law, or by overriding the president's veto, the document that bears the signatures comes physically to our office, the Office of the Federal Register. And the first thing that we do is we give that document a public law number. So prior to arriving in our office, when this is sitting on the president's desk, it has what we call a legislative number. For instance, HR 62 or S 22, depending on which chamber of the Congress it was originated in. It would depend on what the number is. When it comes here, then we designate it with its public law number. So in this case, I have a sample, Public Law 109-225, and that means what? The 109th Congress. What's the 225? The 225th law passed during that Congress. How long does a session of Congress last? 2 years. I'm sorry, a Congress lasts 2 years, and it's made up of two sessions, a first session and a second session. The laws are numbered throughout the entire Congress, so you don't start the numbering system over again with the second session of Congress. So we give this a public law number. Then we review the law, not to change anything in it, but to add some information that is useful to the public when they read the law. And we produce the first official version of the law in pamphlet form, or what we call slip laws. So laws can be very large. Here's one that's probably 400 pages long, and smaller ones, and even one that's just a page long. So laws can be very large or very small. But if you look at any of these, you will see a couple things. The slip law contains margin information about here's a section that creates a requirement to produce regulations, or here's a requirement that has an expiration date or a deadline. Useful information to people who need the law. But one of the things that you'll find on each of these slip laws, these pamphlet laws, is this additional citation up here at the top. And it says, in this case, 124 Stat 3677. That's a citation to the United States statutes at large, which is this buckram colored volume. These are the United States statutes at large. And this is a compilation of all the laws passed by Congress every year. We create a new volume for each session of Congress. So there might be 2 or 3 books in a particular volume. So this is volume 116, and it is for the second session of the 107th Congress. So this particular law is going to fit right there. And this citation, 124 Stat 3677, simply means the 124th volume, page 3677. So how is it that we know what page this is going to be in before we produce this volume? Because this volume is produced about 6 months to a year after the end of the Congress. How do we know what page number to put on? Well, because this is a compilation of laws, if the first law had 20 pages, then this would be, in this case, volume 116, it'd be 116 Stat 1, 20 pages long. The next law is going to be 116 Stat 21, right? If it's 100 pages, then the third law is going to start at 116 Stat 121, right? So the point I want to make in this is that I've just given you 3 ways to refer to legislation. You can refer to it as legislative number, what it originally was HR 62, or you can refer to it as its public law number, which is this whole complete piece, or you can find its location in the whole series of laws, the United States statutes at large, okay? Now, in the body of this law, you're also going to find one other reference. On the side, in this case, there's a reference to 49 USC 4001. What do you think USC stands for? The United States Code. Say, this was the statutes at large. This purple volume is the United States Code. Both contain the laws of the United States. Does anyone know the difference between the two volumes? Well, the statutes is a compilation. The U.S. Code, the word code gives you a hint, is a codification. How is a codification different from a compilation?
Well, if something goes wrong between the process of the law being legislated and passed and so forth, it may not make it into the code.
Okay, the answer was perhaps there's something that goes wrong after it's been signed, it doesn't get into the U.S. Code.
Yeah.
Once it's signed, it's a law. The only way to undo a law would be to pass another law, undoing it. So that's a good thought. But the hint is actually in the word code. It's a codification. It's a collection of these laws by subject. So while this is chronologically ordered and compiled, this is ordered by subject. So you have subjects like defense, revenue, Social Security, transportation, okay? Now, how is that different? Well, a law, as it moves through the legislative process, may be amended with what is called non-germane material, right? In Congress, not lots of laws get passed. So often members, in an attempt to make sure that some piece of legislation in which they're very interested makes it out of the Congress, they'll attach it or seek to attach it to some other vehicle that's moving through, right? So when you get the final law, it's going to contain material that's not germane to the primary subject. So if this is a transportation bill, it may contain some information relating to, let's say, Social Security. All of that is going to be compiled in the U.S. statutes at large. But for the U.S. Code, we're going to cut the portion that relates to transportation and stick it into the portion that relates to transportation. And we'll take the rest that relates to Social Security or defense or whatever subject and put it in that place within the U.S. Code, okay? So U.S. Code is a way of organizing the laws by subject. And what are those subjects called? Well, they're called titles, okay? So you have Title 6 of the United States Code references a particular subject matter of law. And a title can cover laws that may affect many different agencies. It's everything related to that particular area of transportation. So my question then would be, are there any laws?
Okay, now I remember what I was saying before I got that phone call. My granddaughter's father, he was asking me, we were having a lengthy conversation, and I told him the reason why I don't second guess myself. I just, in order to show confirmation and to have people to not believe what I'm saying, to go check it out, because the majority of the United States citizens that do vote, they vote because they believe in the law. The majority of people that stand up and they're fighting for causes is causes that is written in our government. And yeah, we could go to whitehouse.gov and we could go to the Congress and see where things are sitting on bills. But when these laws are passed, they're updated daily, on a daily basis. If they become a rule, that means it's bound, and it's here in Federal Register. And a majority of this stuff lines up with the Bible. So when he asked me to guide him as we were on the phone, I was trying to guide him on where to look for particular things. And I said, well, if you just type in the word that you're interested in, it will pop up. It would show you how many. And if you want to know which one were in the last couple of days, this is where you find them. So that's all that the reason why I'm doing this um workshop right here for anyone, that every time you hear me and I'm saying, and I'm at Federal Register and people think it's just a place, like there's something to do, and it's not. If you want to know what they're like, if you go over to, I'm going to use names, Dr. Inky, and he's talking about things about diabetes, and you want to know how close he is on point to what you're saying, you don't have to go to Harvard. You don't have to go look up a YouTube video. You could go right to the Federal Register and type in diabetes, and it'll give you everything that's going on with law and what they plan to do, how much they plan to take away sugar, how many kidney transplants that they have in store for the renal disease that follows behind diabetes. This is what I'm saying. If somebody is over in the Aboriginal community and they're saying this is such and such is happening and they're going to do such and such, yeah, it's good to be over there. But if you want to know for sure what they say that they're going to do, that they're doing, go to Federal Register, type in indigenous, and you'll see everything that comes up with the laws that they're passing and what their next plans is. If you ain't into all of that, you just into gambling and you want to know, okay, if you're an alcoholic, if you want to know, look, they're gonna take and poison all of the pills that you got on your cabinet. If you go and type in that medicine, it'll be in Federal Register what their plans are. All of the studies, according to Federal Register, all of the United States citizens are now classified as patients of the United States. Like I said, they went from you being a person beyond being an internet protocol, an IP address. You are a patient of the United States of America under the CHIPS Act law. And then they have sunshine acts to protect them from certain things that will happen under all of these distresses of things that they're about to do. Especially when they release these frequencies that they say they won't even stop the frequency unless the commission calls in and said, yeah, stop it on the 8th. If somebody is somewhere on the news saying, oh, the airplane fell down, it fell down, and there's a big old lawsuit because they didn't know that the airplane, it was missing bolts. And you go to Federal Register, you can type in missing bolts from Boeing airplane, and you'll see where they had already had it planned. That's the purpose of me letting this man right here with books on the table show it and letting it play for the next couple of hours, because how many years that I've been saying it, and now everybody is like, yeah, you just gonna let it go down like that? Somebody doing a build and telling you, oh yes, no, 30 years from now is when they're gonna transfer over Bitcoin. But Federal Register say they about to have it done within this year. And it's gonna be because of traumatic experiences on Earth. Wars, rumors of wars, weather, fire, hurricanes, and acts of God. So I'm going to go ahead and let this play. And then I'll come back on when they finish. And I think he goes on for about 2 hours.
That are in the U.S. statutes at large that don't make it in the U.S. code. By virtue of asking the question, you can probably figure out that the answer is yes. But what law would not get into the United States code? What kind of laws wouldn't make it into the United States code? Incidentally, the statutes are published by this office. The United States Code is published by the Office of the Legal Counsel in the House of Representatives. Well, let's think about this. when some of you in the audience are federal employees working for a particular agency. That agency was established at some point in time. And the first legislation establishing that agency, we often call the Organic Act. And if you're an agency that deals with energy, you could find that original act in the title of the US Code that deals with energy, right? So as years go by, perhaps the legislation, the original legislation is amended, create some new programs within the energy field. That's one kind of thing that you're going to find in the US Code. But this year, Congress appropriated a certain amount of money for your operations for this year. And next year, it's going to appropriate a different amount of money for your operations, correct? Those are, in a sense, temporary laws. They have the full force and effect of law, right? But they're just temporary for this year. So we're not going to incorporate or codify an appropriations bill into the United States Code. So that's one type of law, what I call temporary law, that you won't find in the US Code. Another kind is private law. Did you know there is such a thing as private law? Is it secret law? No. Does anybody know what a private law is? Well, the definition of law is generally general applicability and legal effect, okay? General applicability. Here are the provisions. If you meet the criteria or lay down the provisions, then the law applies to you. So if the Social Security law says that you can begin to collect retirement at a particular age, say 65, well, then when you reach the age 65, you're qualified. They didn't have to name you, right? They didn't have to say, they didn't have to know my birthday to tell me or put my name in the law. They just said anybody who reaches 65 becomes eligible. That's most of our law. That's public law. But occasionally, Congress will pass private law. And that means law that has a specific intended, it applies to a specific person. And I have a wonderful example here at your desk of a news story about the most recent private law. They don't come out very frequently, but in this case, an individual who's in our military was sent off to a combat zone and unfortunately died, was killed. Prior to going on that deployment, he was married, but in a ceremony that was conducted from a distance through telephone. This is allowed in the military. But our immigration law requires that for a person to emigrate to the United States, I'm sorry, I left out a very key thing. He married a foreign national, okay? And so this person wasn't a US citizen. Then he went off to combat and was killed in combat. And the spouse wanted to come to the United States and become a citizen. Well, our immigration laws require that there has to be physical contact. The marriage has to be consummated in order for it to be a legitimate marriage. So you can't just call someone in a foreign country, get married, and then that person is now eligible to enter the United States as a citizen. We all understand how that could be abused. But in this case, it was a legitimate, real marriage. They had a relationship before the actual marriage. And so there was no way for this person to come into the United States unless the law was changed. You can understand why Congress wasn't interested in changing the law across the board. So this law, called private law, was enacted for this particular individual, for this particular situation. It applies to this individual only. Again, this is not done in secret. That's not what private law means. It just means that it has specific applicability. And we don't codify those in the United States Code. You would find those in the statutes at large, but not in the United States Code. I want to comment on some other kinds of law that you'll encounter too. Permanent law. Well, isn't all of this permanent law? Well, it is, but over time, the US Code gets pretty heavily amended. And so for a lawyer to figure out what is current law can involve quite a bit of research. And so occasionally the Congress will pass a complete section of the US Code as positive law, okay? Positive law. And that means that now you could refer to the US Code as a particular section. You don't have to make reference to as amended by, as amended by, as amended by, okay? So it takes a chunk of the US Code and says this is, it enacts it as a complete piece, right? That's what we call positive law. Administrative law is law that develops as a result of legal cases involving federal regulations. And so this is a great point to make one of my key distinctions during this workshop. I've just talked about the United States Code, but I'm going to spend most of my time not talking about this code, but another code. And that's the red book that I have here and that you have at your desk, the Code of Federal Regulations. All right? We call this the CFR. We call this purple book the USC. What's the difference between these two codes? The US Code and the Code of Federal Regulations.
One's written by Congress, one's written by the agency.
Exactly. The answer is one is written by Congress, one is written by agencies. I just want to make sure that this is a clear concept in your mind. The laws create the programs. The laws are written by Congress. Congress is a part of the legislative branch. In our constitutional system, those laws are then administered and executed in the executive branch, headed by the president, right? And the president has all of the cabinet departments, all of the independent agencies that are a part of this executive branch administering the laws of the United States. And they are administered by issuing further programmatic details that we call rules and regulations. And we compile those, codify them in the Code of Federal Regulations. All right. So the CFR is the collection of all the rules issued by executive branch agencies to implement the laws passed by Congress, the legislative branch of government. Okay. So can there be any rules without a law? Can the executive branch issue rules just without any legislative authority?
No.
Exactly, they cannot. There must be some legislative authority explicitly stated for an agency to be able to issue a rule. Very key concept in our democracy. Congress can only legislate based on the powers given to it by we the people in the Constitution. So we have the foundation of the Constitution. On top of that, we have the laws of the United States. And from those, then agencies have the authority to issue rules.
Greater light at Mad Catter. Thank you. I love you. One special, that's just me looking at the Mad Catter. Until the day I know who you are. Greater light.
Rules. Okay. Now, that helps me understand a fundamental distinction between how private sector and public sector employees operate. Sometimes there's the image that public sector, federal employees or any state and local employees are bureaucratic mindset people, not as flexible as entrepreneurs in the private sector. But my question to you is, what is the fundamental thing that a public sector employee must ask that is different from the fundamental question that the private sector asks? Well, it's this. In the public sector, we're saying, do I have some positive authority to do this? Because if I don't, I'm not allowed to do it. Whereas in the private sector, the question is there any fundamental prohibition to doing something? And if not, I can do everything up to the lines of prohibition. Let me give you a practical example. in the government, there's an organization called the Government Printing Office. Okay, it prints government publications. As you can imagine, those are not always the most exciting materials. The most exciting, they're important materials, but they aren't the best sellers. There are lots of other books that sell better. So then let's switch over to the private sector. We have a company, let's say an auto company that back in the recession was suffering pretty heavily. And let's say in that company, their decision was, they were discussing how can we increase our profits. And someone said, there are these books called Harry Potter books, and they're selling really well. Why don't we start publishing books? Is there any law that prohibits Ford Motor Company or Chrysler Motor Company from selling Harry Potter books? They could decide to do it, a business decision, they could do it, right? Let's say the government printing office said, our books aren't selling real well. Let's sell Harry Potter books. Could they do that? No, because the government printing office has no authority to do any publishing except of official government publications, all right? So the question being asked at the government printing office is, what are we given the authority to do? That's what I can do, and I need to find where those lines are and not step over those lines. Where in the private sector, the question is, where are the lines? Because I can run up all the way up to that line. So for instance, if Ford Motor Company were to say, well, selling drugs, illegal drugs is a pretty profitable adventure for some people. Why don't we start selling cocaine? Why could they not do that? It's obviously prohibited activity. So if you begin to see that, you begin to see what motivates or what kind of situation federal employees, state employees, public employees are relative to their private sector counterparts. And that's not a bad thing, because we don't want our government, which we have limited through the Constitution and given explicit powers and withheld other powers. We don't want our government just going out and doing whatever it wants to do. That's not the way democracy works. It's a rule of law. So that, I hope, gives you a little bit of a picture of why regulations are based on law and law is based on constitutional principles. It also gives you some exposure to some of the other publications that our office is involved in. At this point, let's take a look at why the Federal Register office exists and the Federal Register itself. It didn't always exist. The United States government seemed to function pretty well for the first 100 or so years without the Federal Register. So why did it come about? Well, as you know, the federal government has grown over time, and one of the major spurts of growth occurred as a result or in response to the Great Depression in the 30s. So there was a sense of crisis, and the FDR administration was elected, and his mode of approach was to experiment. There was the 100 days of initial legislative activity that he pushed, and a lot of new agencies were created with a lot of new authorities to do things that the federal government had never been involved in. There had been the involvement in railroads and the Sherman Antitrust Act, so there had been some involvement in the economy, but for the most part, government stayed out of that kind of area of involvement. But with the New Deal legislation, a lot of new agencies were created that were doing regulations. They were issuing rules, issuing requirements on the federal, on the public. In that, it was a whole new era and a whole new field of operations. There was no process that was established for how rules would be issued. So literally, some agencies would publish them in newspapers, some would post them on bulletin boards, some would put them in write them and put them in file cabinets. So there was no centralized system for finding out what those were, and that went to the issue of access, both because communications were not as good, transportation was not as good, and also because I think the mindset of government at that time did not have the strong, open, transparency focus that we're used to. it was pretty difficult at times for those who were regulated by these rules to know what the regulations were. In addition, there was no organized system. If you went to one agency, the regulations were in one format. If you went to another agency, they were in another format. So this whole growth industry of federal regulations was kind of unregulated itself, and there were a lot of problems developing. There were some other issues that were bubbling underneath that, and that was this. There was quite a bit of scholarly discussion about whether agencies had the constitutional right to issue a rule, because the rules seemed to be a lot like laws. And I like to use this illustration that I hope will help you understand this. Here in Washington, D.C., on July 4th every year, there's a great big fireworks celebration. And if you're here, you know that celebration of those fireworks are launched from barges out in the Potomac River. All right. The Potomac River, by federal law, like all inland waterways in the United States, is regulated by the Coast Guard. So as a result of that authority to regulate commerce on inland waterways, before July 4th each year here in Washington, D.C., the Coast Guard issues a temporary regulation restricting private boats around a certain area in the Potomac River where these barges are and where they're going to be launching the fireworks. Okay, makes sense. Why would they do that? Safety, right? And Coast Guard is charged for safety, so we all understand why they're doing it. Okay, now let us pretend that I have a boat, a pleasure craft. Okay, and I invite my family to Washington D.C. for the 4th of July, and we're out on the boat. And I wander into the restricted area, all right? And along comes a National Park Service boat that polices the river. And they stop me and they board my boat and they cite me for violation of that regulation, all right? So I am being found not guilty, but I'm being charged with violating regulation. And let's pretend, we're doing a lot of pretending here, pretending that the maximum penalty is $10,000 fine and 5 years in prison. Okay, and I was very reckless, so likely I'm going to get the maximum on that. Well, in the process of looking around my boat, they discover cocaine. All right, so now I'm arrested for violation of a federal statute prohibiting controlled substances. Right. And again, let's pretend that the maximum penalty is 5 years in prison, $10,000 fine. Okay, so I go to court and I am found guilty on both counts, both violating the regulation and violating the law, and I am given the maximum sentence. My question to you is, does the 5 years that I spend in prison paying off my debt for violating the rule issued by the Coast Guard feel any different to me than the 5 years I spend paying off my debt to society for violating the law against having possession of controlled substances? Does the $10,000 that leaves my bank account to pay for violating the rule feel any different than the $10,000 that leaves my bank account for violating the law? No. So it feels a lot like violation of a rule is violating a law, which is to say, a rule feels a lot like a law, doesn't it? We often say if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, walks like a duck, you can pretty much say it's a duck. And people were saying, you may call these rules, you may call them regulations, but they are laws. They impose requirements, they impose potential penalties, they can take away your liberties. That's what laws are for. And when we read the Constitution the last time, what branch of government was given the lawmaking authority? What branch? Legislative, right? The Congress. So why is the Coast Guard issuing laws? Isn't that a violation of the separation of powers that's written in our Constitution? Moreover, these laws are made by people who I get to vote for and who I can influence. But these rules are being issued by some nameless bureaucrat inside, and I'm picking on the Coast Guard, inside the Coast Guard that I don't know, and I don't have any involvement in their work. So doesn't that violate the principles of due process and fairness that are embedded in our Constitution? Okay, there's some interesting questions that were bubbling around the whole time in the 30s. Well, these questions kind of came to a head in a very interesting court case that the Supreme Court dealt with. And it had to do with a case brought against an oil company for violating some regulations issued by the Interior Department. The National Recovery Act was one of Franklin Roosevelt's signature accomplishments in the 100 days. And it gave the Interior Department the authority to impose regulations about the costs or the prices charged for oil that cross state lines. So this company was cited for violating those rules. And the case went up through the courts, was appealed, ended up in the Supreme Court. And in that process, the justices asked the Justice Department to bring to the court the original signed regulation. All right, sounds pretty simple. So the lawyers went back to the Justice Department and they brought a copy, what we would call a Xerox copy. It was a mimeograph copy of the original regulation. Now, the Supreme Court justices didn't feel that was responsive. Why would a copy not be adequate for a court case? Why would the justice not be satisfied with a copy of a regulation? Yes.
It could be altered.
It could have been altered. It could have been very easy for someone to go back, and we understand this in our day, type it up right today and submit it. Where the signed original would have been dated and would be evidence of the real thing. So the court was very unhappy with that. The reason the lawyers didn't bring the original is they couldn't find it. It had been lost in the process, which illustrated one of the big problems that we were just mentioning, that there was a lack of organization to this whole system. But there was a deeper problem. The regulation that had been the basis for bringing the case, they discovered had been rescinded a month before the court case had begun. So within the Interior Department, the right hand, one agency, sub-agency, didn't know what the left hand, another sub-agency within the Interior Department, was doing. They were doing contradictory things. And as a result, here this oil company had been dragged through the courts on an issue that actually had been moot the entire time. So the court obviously found in favor of the company, but issued a scathing opinion, basically saying to the Congress, get this process in shape. And as a result, Congress did. They passed the Federal Register Act. Here's what the Federal Register Act did. Well, let me say before I describe the Federal Register Act, that was the first of 3 basic laws that formed the legal structure for the federal regulatory system. So we have the Federal Register Act. We have the Administrative Procedure Act, which we'll talk about. It came along in the 40s. The Congressional Review Act that came along in the 1990s. So these are the 3 primary pillars on which the legal structure, it is the legal structure, the primary pillars on which the federal regulatory process rests. There are other individual laws that are passed, and occasionally they will say something that requires an agency to do something in addition. For instance, it might require an agency to issue a rule within 6 months. Well, that 6-month requirement is not in the Federal Register Act or the Administrative Procedure Act or the Congressional Review Act, but occasionally those are additional requirements placed on an agency. What did the Federal Register Act do? Well, first of all, it created a central location where all federal regulations would be located, and that is the Office of the Federal Register. That's this office. So the first thing that our predecessors in this office did was to send out a call to all agencies to say, open those file cabinets, pull those regulations off the bulletin boards, go out, find your books, wherever there are federal regulations, send them to us so that we can be the single depository, single place where the public can go and find information about regulations. The second thing that the Federal Register Act did was to create a new publication called the Federal Register, in which henceforth any new regulation would have to be published. So from now on, you can't just publish it in the newspaper or post it on a bulletin board or put it in a file cabinet. Instead, you have to publish the document in this book called the Federal Register. Okay, so it's a daily publication. This is an average size, so you can see it's quite a sizable publication. But it is the means by which now you and I, the public, American citizen, can find out what new rules are being issued. Then, about 2 years later, after receiving these rules and realizing there were far more regulations than anybody had any idea, we realized there was a need for some codification of that. So in 1937, an amendment to the Federal Register Act created the Code of Federal Regulations. Now, what is a code? It's a codification, okay? And if you are creating a new code, there was a very good model of a code available, right? The US Code. The US Code had 50 titles, or 50 subjects were covered in the US Code. So guess how many titles it was determined would be put in the Code of Federal Regulations? 50, right? And the subjects were very similar subjects. So the model for the US, over the Code of Federal Regulations, was the existing United States Code. The difference, obviously, is what? The US Code contains what? Laws. The Code of Federal Regulations contains rules. Okay, we call this the USC. We call this the CFR. So, because the Office of the Federal Register was created before there was a Code of Federal Regulations, we are the Office of the Federal Register. I think it might make more sense today, in some ways, to refer to us as the Office of the Code of Federal Regulations, who amends our regulations via the Federal Register. But be that as it may. What is the effect of publishing in the Federal Register? Well, first of all, it gives official notice. You know what official notice means? It means that you and I can be held liable for the information being provided. That means that even if you didn't wake up this morning and log on to the Federal Register or read your Federal Register, whatever is in there is information that you can be held accountable for. This is what we call constructive notice. It's a legal term. Actual notice would mean that I went to your house and handed you a letter or a document and put it in your hand. That's actual notice, right? But if I'm regulating millions of people by this particular regulation, I'm not probably going to be able to do that. So this is the means that Congress says, by virtue of publishing in the Federal Register, it will have been deemed to have given constructive notice for legal purposes to the public. Now you might say, but I don't read the Federal Register every day. And if it has the force of effective law, isn't that kind of a scary situation for me to be in? Well, I'd ask you, have you read every law that's ever been passed? Do you read the US Code? And you've been able to survive? How is that? Is it because these things are not important? No, it's vitally important, right? We want to protect people from doing things like going close to fireworks on July 4th and lots of other things we want to be sure people are protected from, or that they know their rights. And we also know people, like that example I just used, could be found guilty of violating things, and bad things could happen as a result of that. So how do you stay aware of what is legally your legal requirements? What are some ways that you know what your legal requirements are? When new laws are passed, how do you find out about it? I mean, some obvious ways, right? Newspapers, television, the internet, texts. There's just a whole broad range of means by which this material is publicized. One in particular that you may not be thinking of right away is all of us have what I call affinity groups. So you think about what you do outside your working life or as a part of your working life. If you're a teacher, you're interested in education issues, right? Maybe you are a person who loves pets and are interested in issues that deal with animal health. You probably may have a membership in some association or other that focuses on that. And that association is likely to send out newsletters and alerts and the like, right? So we are hooked into, in many ways, networks of the areas that are of particular interest, and hopefully through those means we are finding out about a lot of this stuff. So our pitch is not that everybody read the Federal Register every day, but if you understand this process, then as you read the newspapers, as you get some of this information, you will become more and more aware of things that you do want to participate in. And I'll explain that process because the Federal Register process gives you a way to participate. But all of that is sort of to say, by publishing in the Federal Register, you have official notice about some very important action that the government may be taking. A document that's published in the Federal Register also states the legal authority of an agency to take that action. And in our constitutional democracy, that is a very important thing. We do not allow any documents to be published without an agency describing the legal authority in law that they have for taking that action. That protects our rights. Thirdly, if you go to court and the agency is challenged as to what the law is, they will no longer say, bring us the signed original. You could take the Federal Register or the Code of Federal Regulations into court and it would be accepted as evidence. You could even take your laptop containing the online versions of the Federal Register and the CFR, and they would be accepted as official evidence in court. A fourth thing that a document published in the Federal Register does is provide editors who are editing the Code of Federal Regulations with the specific instructions about what to do to this book. So this book is going to be updated based on new rules published in the Federal Register and the Code of Federal Regulations. The CFR is going to be updated by new regulations published in the Federal Register. So think cut and paste. We want to make sure we cut the right things and paste in the right things, because if we cut out the wrong thing, we will be cutting out some law, right? Some in force action. And so it's critical that the agencies in publishing their document be very explicit about how we are to update the CFR and when. What day is the new rule effective? So all of that comes under the heading of the effects of publishing in the Federal Register. Now, the Federal Register Act did not respond to all of the problems that existed in relation to the regulatory system, specifically some of the constitutional issues. That question of how is it that in Congress I can influence legislation by my vote, I'm represented by an elected official, but in the bureaucracy, I have no access. This was genuinely a problem that was being described. And Congress addressed that with a very innovative process, a very innovative law called the Administrative Procedure Act in the 1940s. You've probably heard of this. It's one of the key pillars now of the federal regulatory process. First of all, the Administrative Procedure Act created a process by which agencies didn't simply issue a new regulation, but it required them to issue a proposed rule before they issue the final rule. So in other words, agencies are required to tell you and me what they are proposing to do and give us the opportunity, this is the second part, very important, to comment upon it. Okay, for the first time, this process was opened up to the public. Here's what we're thinking of doing. Here's how we're thinking of regulating shipping. Here's how we're thinking of changing rules that relate to your credit cards. What do you think of this? Give us your thoughts. The public comments, and then based on those comments, the agency, which is required to take into account those comments, issues a final rule. The final rule then, and this is the third piece of the Administrative Procedure Act, the final rule cannot be effective until 30 or 60 days has passed. In other words, it can't be immediately effective. There's got to be a period for the regulated public to adjust to these rules. So, Administrative Procedure Act is a very creative way to democratize the process. And we have found that this model of notice and comment has been repeated throughout the states. All 50 states now have this process for their state regulations. And it's a process that emerging democracies are learning about. We often will have visitors from other countries who are building democratic principles into their systems come talk to us about how to make their regulations more open and more responsive to the citizenry. So this is the notice and comment process that those of you who are involved in federal rulemaking probably are aware of. The third pillar of the federal regulatory system is the Congressional Review Act. Now, Congress, being the legislative body, always has oversight of the executive branch activities, right? You see congressional hearings where executive agency heads are brought before them and grilled. So the executive branch is always responsive to the congressional branch. But the Congressional Review Act gave a formal process to the Congress to review any proposed rules. So when a rule is delivered to our office at the Federal Register, it's also delivered to the Congressional Committee of Oversight that reviews that and may take action to overturn it by joint resolution. It's only happened once. This mechanism has only been used to overturn some regulations that were issued by OSHA back in the 90s that were felt to be a little too intrusive in small businesses. But it addressed the concerns about the separation of powers and legislative oversight that were being described. There are some other parts to the federal regulatory process that I want to be sure you are aware of. And there are three: agency dockets, administrative requirements, and a thing we call regulatory review. I'll go over these briefly with you. In each agency, there is an office, usually it's called the docket office, that maintains files related to every federal rulemaking. And the docket is a court term. If you go to the county courthouse, you'll see today's docket. So in a sense, because these are legal processes that agencies are going through, they have this, they've used this term. A docket will contain all the related materials to a particular rulemaking. So all the comments received by the public, any official documents released by the agency, and all of this is open to the public, specifically the comments. So when you comment on a regulation, I can read your comments. When I comment on a regulation, you can read my comments, okay? So it's a very open process. It's public information. It's managed online through the federal document management system, which I'll reference a little bit later. But this can be reached through regulations.gov. Every agency now has all of that docket material maintained electronically. The second part that I want to make you aware of are administrative requirements. Besides the law, both Congress and presidents have issued some requirements that agencies carry out particular analyses whenever they are preparing to issue regulations. Now, I'm going to hold up a chart here that is what we call a regulatory map. This is just a map that a private sector group prepared. And I don't expect you to be able to read any of it, but I just want to point out this center column because it visually shows you the number of analyses that an agency has to go through in preparing a regulation. And an example would be the Environmental Protection Act. You know, an environmental impact statement often has to be prepared for certain kinds of regulatory actions. Federalism, what's the impact of this on federalism issues? Regulatory Flexibility Act, does this create flexibility or not? Unfunded mandates, does it impose a mandate on states that is not funded? These are all analyses that over time, either the Congress or the President determine need to be addressed in the creation of new regulations. Some are there because Congress has passed legislation requiring them. Some are there because the President has required them through executive orders, okay? And so you will see as we go on, and we look at some of these documents, there are references to these regulatory analyses. Finally, in connection to the whole regulatory structure, I want to talk about regulatory review. An agency doesn't operate in a vacuum. An agency is in, first of all, a constitutional and legislative space. You know, it's been given a particular statutory mandate. It also exists in a political environment, right? The government is a political entity, meaning it reflects the popular opinion. And when we elect a new president, that president may have a different set of priorities or a political agenda than the previous president. And the president coming into office has a lot of appointments that the president can make, but there are many, many, many more federal employees than there are political appointees in the executive branch of government. So it is a very large vessel, and very large vessels take time to be moved, to be turned, right? So if a president is wanting to impose his particular agenda on the policies of the administration, it's not a simple, okay, do this. It requires imposing into the bureaucracy mechanisms that help the president ensure his or her agenda is implemented. And particularly beginning in the Carter administration, this was done through an office in the Office of Management and Budget called the Office of Information Regulatory Analysis. Now, I don't mean to say that all this review is political. Also, the review is scientific and objective analyses. In preparing a regulation, the president wants to know, did the agency do due diligence? Did it do good science in coming to the conclusion that it is implementing in a regulation? So if we're going to up the miles per gallon that we're going to require the automotive industry to hit as a standard average, and that's going to cost them and it's going to cost the consumer, you need to have some pretty good science behind that, justifying that, right? So one thing that the OIR is doing is just good policy review, checking out what agencies do. But they're also saying, does this match line up with the president's agenda? So once major rules come out of agencies, they go over to OIR in the Office of Management and Budget, part of the president's executive office, for review. And after the OIR gives its blessing, then those documents come to our office for publication in the Federal Register. So if you're a part of the federal bureaucracy, this is a pretty key piece of the process you need to be aware of. So here is a visual of the regulatory process overview. You must have authority in law, in a public law. Then, based on that, an agency can issue a proposed rule that's published in the Federal Register. After receiving public comment, they will publish a final rule in the Federal Register also. that will be incorporated into the Code of Federal Regulations if there is no objection formally by formal resolution of the Congress. So again, why was the Federal Register established? Well, the lack of access problem was addressed by the existence of this office. The lack of a process was addressed by the creation of the Federal Register publication itself. The lack of organization was addressed by creating the Code of Federal Regulations. The constitutional issues were addressed by creating a notice and comment process of the Administrative Procedure Act and by the congressional review process of the Congressional Review Act. So there we have why we ended up with this system that we have. And I think there's one final useful overview of the process to take, and that is to compare laws and rules. And I have in front of you here a good chart that is useful. Let's look at how these things are issued. First of all, Congress passes a law and it's published as a slip law. And agencies issue a rule and it's published as a document in the Federal Register. The laws are codified in the US Code. The rules are codified in the CFR. Okay, you see the parallel. The authority or the power for Congress to act in making laws comes directly from the Constitution. The power for agencies to issue rules is a delegation from Congress. It's not directly from the Constitution, but delegated by Congress. And that means that when congressional actions are being reviewed, the only review that the co-equal branch of government, the judiciary, gives to laws is their constitutionality. Whereas a rule is reviewed by a much higher standard. First of all, the courts will ask the question, did the provisions of the Administrative Procedure Act, were they followed? So did you issue a proposed rule? Did you use it a certain amount of time that needed to be given? If the agency followed those, then we go to the next step. Well, was the action arbitrary and capricious? You might have followed the letter of the law, but were you doing something, mischievous? Were you doing some action, taking some action that actually even benefited some of your own relatives or some other interest that had a improper impact, influence on the action? Well, if that didn't occur, even if followed the law, it wasn't arbitrary and capricious, did the agency extend or go beyond their delegated authority? They might have done good things, but not good things that were things they had the delegated authority to do. And finally, if those tests are met, then do they meet the test of constitutionality? We have in the legal system really true representative democracy. I don't get to go on the floor of the Senate, but I do get to vote for a member. I get to communicate with the member. It's representing me. In executive agency rulemaking, there's actual participatory democracy. You and I are communicating directly with and must get responses from the agencies that are issuing the rules. And finally, I would say that Congress is generally passing broad policy issues, and agencies are prescribing specific legal requirements to meet those. All right, that's kind of how we would cut it. But this line between broad policy and specific requirements is not as sharp as I've driven that. And I'll close this section of our workshop with this example. Back in the 90s, there was a very aggressive head of the Food and Drug Administration who was very interested in or concerned about the impact of smoking on the health of Americans. And in his role as director of the Food and Drug Administration, wanted to take some action. There's a little problem, though, that he faced, and that was that the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, which is the Organic Act, or the act that gives the FDA authority to act, specifically prohibited the FDA from regulating tobacco. But this administrator went ahead and attempted to do that. Very interesting story about why he felt he could do it. You would think you're prohibited from regulating tobacco, can't do it. That's a broad policy statement that Congress has made. Tobacco was an important economic crop, important to agriculture in the United States when the FDA was passed. So don't mess with it by issuing regulations that affect it. Well, David Kessler said, you know what? That's the administrator. Tobacco is placed in a little white tube called a cigarette. And that's actually a drug delivery device. And the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act gives us the authority to regulate medical devices and drug delivery devices. You know, heart defibrillators, syringes, all the medical equipment, x-ray machines, okay. So that was his creative attempt, solution to saying, I do have the legal authority to implement this very, broad policy interest. Now, Congress stopped him from doing it. Said, no, you're regulating tobacco, stop it. But it's just an illustration of how agencies are often doing what we might sometimes think is the work of Congress. But Congress is also very much involved in this process at a very granular level. They will pass legislation that prohibits an agency from using any of the funds being appropriated for a specific policy venture. Okay, so it's the give and take. It's the balance that the founders of our Constitution put in our system, working well to balance out how laws are implemented. Let's get started. Understanding the structure of the federal regulatory system is key to understanding the documents that we publish in the Federal Register, because the way a document is written, the way a document is organized, has everything to do with meeting the requirements of the Federal Register Act and the Administrative Procedure Act. So if you were to get a paper copy of the Federal Register, or if you were to look at a Federal Register document online, it is not the easiest document to read through. It can be rather daunting. And you might ask, why is it printed in such dense type? Why is it written in such legalese type language? And I hope to unravel some of that mystery in this section. But a big part of that is understanding the idea of notice and comment, the understanding that a Federal Register document is affecting the Code of Federal Regulations. It's not a standalone document itself. It's making reference to a standing body of information. And the needs for the public and for the courts is all a part of why documents are structured and organized the way they are. So having that background now, we're going to step into looking at an issue of the Daily Federal Register, more specifically, documents in the Federal Register. Now, I want to make one point right away, and that is that while we're talking about federal rules and federal regulations, the thing that we publish in the Federal Register is larger than the rule itself. We call them documents because the document contains not only the rule, but it contains information about the rule. So we're publishing about 150 documents every day. And as we get into this, you'll understand this distinction I made between the rule itself and the document that publishes the rule. The Federal Register is an official, legal, daily publication. So all of those three things. And we say that it informs citizens of their rights, obligations, opportunities, and then also federal actions that are of interest to the public. The way that the volume of the Federal Register would be cited legally would be to reference its volume number, which is changes every year, increases. We're at volume 77 now, FR, and then a page number. Now the page numbers begin with 1 on January 1st and continue to rise through the end of the year. And we publish approximately 80 to 85,000 pages in a year. And then in parentheses after that page number, the date. That'd be a good way to cite the document that's in the Federal Register. There are 4 categories of documents. We've talked about regulations, but you already know there's at least 2 kinds of regulations. There are proposed rules and there are final rules, right? Now, also, I use the term rules and I use the term regulations. Is there a difference between a rule and a regulation? No. It's just that in 1930s, when the Federal Register Act was created, some agencies called what they were issuing rules and some agencies called what they were issuing regulations. So you'll see that we use the term rules and regulations interchangeably. So here we have rules and proposed rules. But I also have as a first category, presidential documents. And we're going to discuss why presidential documents are included in the Federal Register and are included in a discussion of federal rulemaking. Finally, though, the 4th category of document that you find in the Federal Register are notices. These are non-regulatory documents. These are documents that are published by agencies for the benefit of the public to provide notice of information that they might find valuable. For instance, there is an environmental impact statement available. There is a grant program available. Notices do not impose, nor do they propose to impose any new rights or obligations, okay? They are not regulatory documents. They are there for public information. To confuse this matter a little further, the formal name of a proposed rule is a notice of proposed rulemaking. So a notice, or an NPRM, is different from a notice, all right? Just make that distinction up front here. So we are going to look at what these various documents look like. And to introduce that, I also want to introduce the places where you can find these materials. Now, obviously, I'm holding up a physical book. This is the physical Federal Register, and this is the physical copy of the Code of Federal Regulations. But all of this material is available online. The first place and the official place where this material is available online is at the Government Printing Office's official website for their publications called FedSys. And I will pull up that website for you right now. This is the website FedSys. And on the right-hand side, you can see that you can browse quite a collection of various government publications, including the Federal Register and the Code of Federal Regulations. If you click on either of these links, you will go to the electronic version of this book. Now, this book was revised, the one I'm holding in my hand, happened to be revised as of April 1st, 2013. When you go to this website, FedSys, and go to the Code of Federal Regulations and look up this particular volume, which happens to be Title 21, you will see this book as revised April 1st, 2013. You will not see any additional changes to this after April 1, 2013, until next year when we issue the revision as of April 1st, 2014, okay? Likewise, the Federal Register that you will access through FedSys will be this book, organized like this, all right? So this is the official version. This is the version you can take to court, all right? Now, another place that you can find our materials and an unofficial version of them is through our portal, the Office of the Federal Register's portal, which is simply ofr.gov. So I'm going to move us to that portal. This is ofr.gov, and you see it says the Office of the Federal Register and has some visuals of our publications. And here you can get access by either going to federal regulatory material where you get the CFR and the Federal Register, or federal laws where you get the statutes at large and slip laws, or presidential documents, which we haven't yet talked about. By clicking any of these tabs, you could get to that material. When you click on those, so let's go to the regulatory material, you're going to be offered the opportunity to go to it in its official format on GPO. So it would simply take you over to that website we were just on. Or it's going to give you the opportunity to go to a site that we call Federal Register 2.0 for the Federal Register, and the eCFR, or the Electronic Code of Federal Regulations, for the Code of Federal Regulations, okay? If you click on either Federal Register 2.0 or the eCFR, you're going to be taken to two different unofficial sites. Well, they're official sites, but unofficial versions of the Federal Register and the Electronic Code of Federal Regulations. Now, you may say, well, I don't want to see the unofficial, I want to see the official. What I want to tell you is that these versions are authentic and authoritative, because the very files that are used to publish these books are the files that you're going to see online at these unofficial websites. They are unofficial for a period of time. We are moving them, hopefully, into official status. There are a couple reasons we can't do that today. One of the primary reasons the Electronic Code of Federal Regulations is not the official version is because while I can show you what the Code of Federal Regulations looks like today, I can't show you what it looked like yesterday. And we want to be able to preserve the Code of Federal Regulations at any point in time, so a point in time system. But what is different about the eCFR from the version that's on FedSys is that we update the eCFR every day. So if you want to find out what is the current status, it's now not April 1st, let's say it's now July, you want to know what does this book look like as of July, because maybe there have been some changes. The eCFR is the place to go to see that, okay? It's authoritative, it's not official, so you wouldn't be able to take it to court, but you can trust it for purposes of what you probably need to use it for. Likewise, the Federal Register 2.0, and at this point, I'm going to go to that site. And this is a very easy site to get to by simply typing federalregister.gov. Federalregister.gov presents the daily Federal Register in a very fresh, new, and broader way. By broader, I mean that unlike the other site, you are able here to see documents that were published earlier. There's a persistence in these documents. So, and we're going to look at this website a little further, but just to give you a taste of this, I click on one of the subjects like money, and you see that it brings up relevant documents, some of which were published today and some of which may have been published earlier. So it also has persistence of documents for your use. All right. I don't want to confuse you too much at the front end of this discussion, but I want to explain to you that there are great, wonderful electronic resources to look at the material that I'm going to be showing you in paper format. Why am I showing you them in paper format? Well, it's because currently the process or the reason for the way documents are organized the way they are online is because of the way they're organized in print. If you understand how they're organized in print, you'll be really prepared to navigate through the other material that you find online. Okay, so what I want to do is take us through this book and show you some of the documents and teach you how to look at a document, how to understand how it's constructed. And instead of starting with the rules or presidential, I'm going to start with the proposed rule because that's where the regulatory process starts, right? An agency thinks, hey, we have a good idea, or maybe we have a mandate to create some regulations. And they issue a proposed rule. So a proposed rule, but remember, in the federal government, in the federal structure, the only place that you can have rules is in the Code of Federal Regulations. There's no other place where agencies can publish material that you are legally bound to follow. Okay, that should be comforting because there's a single place where you can be guaranteed that this is it. There's not some other material. But an agency may want to change that. So they're going to, in a proposed rule, propose some kind of change to an existing book. And in the process of doing so, they'll lay out the proposed text of the change, okay? Or occasionally, rather than laying out the text, they'll describe in detail the content of the change. Then they will say in the document, in effect, please tell us what you think. Give us your comments. We're opening this rule, this proposed rule up for public comment. And this is the initiation of the notice and comment rulemaking. So given that that is the purpose of a proposed rule, how is the document going to be structured? Well, it's going to be structured to address each of these things, particularly how the text is going to be set out. Here are some types of proposed rules. There are the primary notice for proposed rulemaking. Sometimes an agency will issue some preliminary documents. They may be thinking about proposing a rule, but want to get public input earlier on in the process rather than later. Or there may be other changes to the process. Perhaps they've proposed a deadline for receiving comments, and the agency wants to change that deadline. They would have to publish that as a proposed rule document. It's not going to change the language of the proposed rule, but it is changing when the comments are due. So all of those types of documents relating to the proposed rule stage of the game are what gets published in our proposed rules section. Now, those of you who have a book in front of you can turn to page 63 to 54. And you'll see there the beginning of the section of the proposed rules in this book. So I'm looking at page 63 to 24. And you'll notice in that very first document that you see there, or if you turn the page and look at some of the following documents, that all of them have this structure to them. They have a group of headings that are in bold. You notice first an agency name. And the agency of the document I'm looking at is the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And then you see a citation to the CFR. In this case, 10 CFR Part 72. That is there because that's telling you what part of the Code of Federal Regulations this particular proposed rule is going to affect. Then there is a docket number or another number, sometimes called a RIN number. Now those two numbers are not always there. We don't require those numbers. The docket is an intra-agency number. Okay, it's an agency. The NRC has decided this is the number for this rulemaking. That's a docket number. The RIN number, Regulatory Information Number, is an intergovernmental number. It's a number that is a system of numbering that is government-wide, run through the General Services Administration, GSA. You won't always see those numbers, but if you do, then you can reference those document numbers in referring to the rule. Then you see a subject line. In this case, I'm looking at one that is related to research and education. Following those headings, you're going to always see 7 captions. The agency, the action, the summary, the dates, the addresses for further information, and supplementary information. Let me describe each of these. Okay, and those of you who have a book in front of you, you can see these as we go through. The agency is repeated because this is how we are going to index it. So if it's a sub-agency, we're going to index it under the sub-agency rather than under the parent agency. So that's why it's duplicated. The action is to the customer, to the reader. Is this a proposed rule? Is this adding deadline or changing the deadline? It just gives you a little bit of information on what kind of action is involved. But in a proposed rule, it would always relate to what? The proposed rule stage of the game. Okay. The summary is a quick paragraph long, hopefully, statement of, in general, who, what, when, where, why. Why is this happening? Now, be aware that in the federal government, there are programs that deal with very complex subject matter, banking laws, revenue laws, EPA rules. And so when a novice like me reads some of these, even the simplified language can be rather challenging. But we do attempt to ask agencies attempt to write that summary in layperson's language. A quick, simple description of what is going on. And you will find that this summary is used in multiple places in the electronic environment. Okay. The dates of a proposed rule, what do you think the dates would be in a proposed rule? What is a proposed rule asking the public to do? Comment. And so there's got to be a deadline, right? So the dates in the proposed rule, the dates, the comments are made. Addresses, where to send comments. Now, laws require that all regulations must be able to be addressed through a website, an electronic website called regulations.gov. So today, any of these documents will also include in the addresses the website regulations.gov, where a person can go find the document, find the proposed rule, and submit comments. It will also contain the mailing addresses, emails, other ways for the public to comment on. Remember, any comments received are going to go into the docket, and the docket is it's public information available. For further information, those of you who have the book, if you look at that, you'll notice a person's name, address, and telephone number. And I mention that to say this tells you how open this system is. No longer is there a faceless bureaucrat. This is the reason we have this in here, because agencies are issuing regulations that are complex, and it may be necessary for people to get additional information to make those contacts. That's the contact for that. And now we reach the supplementary information section of the document. This can be a very long section because this is where the agency describes the problem or the opportunity and describes the solution they're proposing and makes the argument, makes the case, or asks the questions that they want the public to address. All right. So this is really rich, a really rich source of information about what is happening in an area that you may have interest in. These should be written so that somebody who got their job today or just opened the Federal Register today and doesn't know anything about what has happened previously in regard to this particular public policy would have an understanding. It might say, last year Congress passed this new legislation that required our agency to implement this new program, and we have to have regulations in place by a certain date, and we asked for some preliminary input this summer, and now we are proposing a rule. Also, in here, the agency is going to address those regulatory analyses that I mentioned to you. They're going to say, we have to do some of this, or here is some of the work that we have done on this. So that process begins. At the end of the supplementary information in the document will be a line that I call the bright shining light. It's neither bright nor shining, but it's in every document, and it's the point at which you can know that all the preliminary information is over and you're about to read the rule. All right. And that bright shining light is the heading called List of Subjects. Okay. So if you turn, for those of you who have a book in front of you, if you turn to page 63, 231, at the bottom of that page, you will see a line that says list of subjects. Again, I'm on page 63231. And you'll see the term list of subjects. And I simply point that out because I'm saying everything before that is this preliminary information. If you turn the page, everything after that, and the only thing left is the actual regulation that's being proposed itself. And you notice that in that regulation, there are little black squares beside some numbers. That squares beside the number 1 means instruction number 1, and the square beside number 2 is instruction number 2, and the square beside number 3 is instruction number 3. Now, what I'm saying to you is that at this point, the agency that's proposing a rule is saying, okay, we've told you in common language, common English, what we're going to do. Now our job is to tell you in very technical language what you editors at the Office of the Federal Register have to do to this book to implement what we said. So let me give you kind of a silly example from a law, okay? Because remember, laws and rules have a very similar structure. I have a law here that was passed by Congress here. It was passed contain the mailing addresses, emails, what I call the bright shining light. It's neither bright nor shining, but it's in every document, and it's the point at which you can know that all the preliminary information is over and you're about to read the rule, all right? And that bright shining light is the heading called list of subjects, okay? So if you turn, for those of you who have a book in front of you, if you turn to page 63, 231, at the bottom of that page, you will see a line that says list of subjects. Again, I'm on page 63231, and you'll see the term list of subjects. And I simply point that out because I'm saying everything before that is this preliminary information. If you turn the page, everything after that, and the only thing left is the actual regulation that's being proposed itself. And you notice that in that regulation, there are little black squares beside some numbers. That squares beside the number 1 means instruction number 1, and the square beside number 2 is instruction number 2, and the square beside number 3 is instruction number 3. Now, what I'm saying to you is that at this point, the agency that's proposing a rule is saying, okay, we've told you in common language, common English, what we're going to do. Now our job is to tell you in very technical language what you editors at the Office of the Federal Register have to do to this book to implement what we said. So let me give you kind of a silly example from a law, okay? Because remember, laws and rules have a very similar structure. I have a law here that was passed by Congress in 2008. And I'm going to read the complete text of the law, all right? It says, be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, Section 903 of Title 11 of the District of Columbia Code is amended by striking 58 and inserting 61. Now, how many of you support that law? If you remember Congress, would you vote for that? How many are opposed? Now, why did you not raise your hand?
I don't know what it is.
It doesn't make any sense, right? There's no context, right? Well, the context is there. It says Section 301 of Title 11. That means go to the United States Code, Title 11, look up Section 903, and where you see the number 58, cut that number out and insert number 61. And you know what you've just done? You've added 3 judges to the District Court of Columbia, the District of Columbia. Okay, so this title had to do with the court system in the District of Columbia and they're increasing the number of judges from 58 to 61. Why didn't they tell us that? Why is this the law? Because this is the only thing technically that had to happen, right, for that to occur. Now, the description of what's happening would be found in the congressional debate. So you could go to the congressional record, right, and read the debate, or you could have watched it on CNN or some other means of reading, of finding out what this bill was about. Well, likewise, the technical way that the agency is going to accomplish changing the rule is described like this. Section 52.379 of Part 52 is amended by adding paragraphs C, D, and F to read as follows. And then they have those paragraphs. So what they're doing is you're taking an existing body of rules and telling me specifically how to change this book, edit this book, so that it will accomplish what they want to accomplish. So just as we had to go to the congressional record to find out what that law meant, what the technical language of the law meant, where do you go to find what this technical instruction means? Well, you just turn the page back, right, to all the supplementary information. That's the point of this supplementary information, is to give you the information in layperson's language about what is being done in this technical rule change. Okay, so if you were to ask me, could I see a new rule that's being proposed for the government? I might give you what appears to you to be gibberish. It's take this paragraph out, add this sentence, change this word to this, change the word red to blue. And you wouldn't understand, perhaps, nor would I, exactly what's being done, except with having this book at your hand. And you could open it up and say, oh, I see, they're asking me to take this paragraph out, put this paragraph in. Is this understandable what I'm saying? That's why I said to you a little earlier that what we publish are not just rules, but documents that contain the rules. Right? The rules are the specific instructions about what to do to accomplish what you want to accomplish. And that is why, that's one of the frustrations for us who are involved in this process, that you and I, when we go to something like the Federal Register, we quickly become frustrated by this technical language. Well, if you know to look in the summary, you'll be taken to a much simpler and easier way to understand what is being done. And then you can look at the rule and say, well, I don't think we should increase, the fuel standards, or I think we should increase the fuel standards. So this is how a proposed rule document is organized. There are some others that I described to you. An advance notice of proposed rulemaking is simply the effort of an agency to find out ahead of time whether or not they're headed in that direction that the public supports. Occasionally, you'll see a petition for rulemaking. Perhaps the public sees the need for some changes, and they petition an agency to engage in rulemaking. Well, the agency will publish that petition and ask for public comments. And based on their comments that are received, they will or will not begin the rulemaking. There's also a type of rulemaking called negotiated. So much of our regulatory environment seems to be kind of enemies, controversial kind of thing. And this was an effort to take that kind of tension out of it and say, let's get the regulators and the regulated public in the room together beforehand to negotiate out some of these things before the rule is written in secret and then handed over the transom door to the public to look at. This sometimes can help the process go a little smoother or a little quicker too. Some of the miscellaneous types of documents that we've already referred to, extending the time to submit documents, further time withdrawing proposed rules. So there are lots of different types of documents that we classify as proposed rules.
right. I stopped that at 1:33. I'm gonna put that down just in case I decide to do some more tomorrow. But I think anybody that did or will come over to watch has a better comprehension of what it is when I say and have been saying for over the past year and some change. Federal Register, Federal Register. Check your Federal Register. If they're going to blow up a bridge, they put it in Federal Register. And you just listen to this man. I don't know his name, but he is sponsoring the Federal Register site. He is, I guess, someone reputable in their offices that they allowed him to be the face of knowing the difference in the relationship between the Federal Register, the rules and regulations. And he said it, you heard him, when they're going to do something, this is where they put it. Anything that they're going to do to the people, this is to the people, for the people, and by the people. So, yeah, like I said, just in case I decide to go over, tomorrow, and I just Latrell Tinwell, welcome. I had to let him know, you might want to go over there to London McLovin. He's live. Go over there to London McLovin or wherever else. It's a lot of places that are live. You already know about the Federal Register. Right now, I'm giving this information for those who read the Bible and don't believe it, or those who don't read the Bible at all. The Federal Register is the place for you to go. For those who read the Bible but really don't believe what it says, like one time I heard somebody that raised or pretending that they believe in the Bible to the fullest, when things was going on that was connecting to Revelations, and I said, look. They was like, yes, I believe all that is propaganda. I was like, oh my goodness. I couldn't believe the words that came out. It was around the same time that I decided to stop talking to them. All that happened right around the same time. I was like, something ain't right. I need to get ready. Okay, so now let me get to the Federal Register. What's a popping in their rules tonight? What's popping in their rules before the 8th? What is a popping in their rules? Huh? What they got going on? Let's see, said the blind man. Woo, I'm good and full too. While I let that man talk, see, I didn't have to sit here and watch that because I know how to maneuver through the Federal Register. I've been doing it long enough to study to show myself approved unto God as I compare and show what's in Federal Register and connect it to what's written in the true and living word. So while that was rolling, I was over there listening to London McLovin. They have a good bill going on over there too. In the kitchen, cutting up some cauliflower, red cabbage, red onions. I could say red. They look purple. Steam that up real quick with some rice. Ooh. I'm good and full. I'm literally in between that time. See, that's the one thing about eating healthy too. It don't take all day. It don't take all day to prepare light food. That's something I noticed. My garbage cans don't stink. My daughter, it took, I don't know, centuries to give me my trash container. So my daughter, what she would do when she come, she'll take my bag. And then she forgot the bag one day. And she said, but I kept wondering why my car smelled so clean. My garbage. She said, I kept wondering why my car smelled so clean. There ain't no rotten meat and rotten food. This stuff rotting real quick up in there. That's why. Anyways, here we go. Federal Register. What's the final? Oh, this is when I was over here talking about the century. Let's open up and see what they got going on for the century. What's in their rules and regulations about a century? Centuries, centurions, sentinels, the cent. All right, open it up. I'm gonna go through as many Federal Register rules as possible tonight. Just something to do. Here we go. Harmonization of the fees and application procedures for the global entry and century programs and other changes. Say what? Century. Well, let's see. Look at Breaking Bad or Breaking Even. What are they harmonizing? Everything has to be in perfect harmony. Ooh, exception of certain minors from the global entry. Let's see, said the blind man. Let's see. What did I discuss any of this with my trusty as is tent? I sure did. Now, let me tell you, the word century, in the way that they have it spelled, there's a Marvel Comics character called Sentry. And then here, listen to the dialogue between what's its face and I. So I said, explain the mythological figure Sentry. I didn't go right into what they define Sentry as, because I know a lot of these rules and regulations and words that they have is just to cover secure electronic network for travelers, rapid inspection. Or really, didn't they just leave a bunch of people on an island in Africa? They're not doing traveling rapid inspections properly. Now, this rule became effective last year, right? But they just put it. Look, they said we updating it, we publication in it today. We finished with this rule. This rule became effective last year through Homeland Security. But for some reason, before the new moon, the moon over the sun, that doesn't happen but every 400 years, we want to make sure that you understand what we was talking about way in October. We putting it in the Federal Register today. See that? I told you it's something, if I could find it, major supposed to happen on the 4th. As far as disaster, because they have a whole disaster cleanup. And I went over it months ago, but I'll find it again. You might want to go in the Federal Register and type and make sure your area is okay. I'm just saying. So anyways, so now they want everything to be in harmony. Going into leaving the rectangular curvature of the earth into a whole global order, a new infrastructure with a whole new constellation, set of constellations. Okay, so when I first asked about Century, spelt it the way they have it, Copilot said Century is not a widely recognized figure in Greek mythology. However, there are several well-known gods and goddesses and other legendary beings that I didn't ask for. So she lets me know about Aphrodite, Artemis, and y'all know Artemis has a lot to do with what's going on. Artemis has a lot to do with what's going on. Y'all remember who Artemis is, right? Artemis, and they're going up and fixing that structure on the moon and all that. Y'all don't know who Artemis? Okay. Yeah, Artemis is Greek mythology. Yes, okay. But Artemis for NASA, and I've went over this and covered it and all that good stuff. But who is Artemis for NASA? Why NASA named Artemis? Artemis is the twin sister of Apollo and goddess of the moon of Greek mythology. So NASA's efforts, when they kept going over sending Artemis to the moon, how many times with Elon Musk? The structure that they built over there on the moon will be sending its payload technology beams at the same time. Yeah, that's what they're doing. I'm not making it up. Ooh, here they talk about the cult of Artemis. Oh, just like Abraham have accords, they have the Artemis Accords. Ooh, that's something I didn't know. Let me check that out. What about the Artemis Accords? How close is the Artemis Accords to Abraham's Accords? Artemis, principles for safe. Look. I'm going to come back to this right here, Century program. But let me just type in Artemis and Federal Register so you'll know this is not no Easter egg hunt. Let's type in Artemis. I don't have to go to nasa.gov. That's what I love too when I start coming over here. Going to congress.gov, going to whitehouse.gov, going to Department of Defense. I used to be all over the place in my past lives. And then I decided, you know what? I'm not going to be doing all that when I could just go to this one spot where they tell everything that they're doing. Let's see. Look at that. Lunar Botics Challenge. They did that in 2003. Them students that fixed that stuff up there, they sent that to the moon. STEMnasa.gov. Artemis Accord should be considered an emerging long sustainability and all. Look at that. Space flight safety. They put that structure up on the moon. Oh, a 707th meeting about Artemis, the transient analysis methodology of the topical report, proprietary deliberation, Areta, Artemis, and relap. We're going to relap their brains, their systems, and we have a time and date that we going to do it. Let's see what they said up in here when they was dealing with Artemis, nuclear regulatory reactor. Let me see what date this was supposed to be set for. Now, let me see. July 12th. They did it right before the 13th. I must have covered this. I know I covered this. Methodology, pursuant note. Ooh, they went in July 12th. I want to know when it was supposed to be effective. Oh, it was a public law. Came in on with the public law. Let me see. Gotta be something in here talk about their date. when they wanted to align and get everything fixed up on the moon before this. This happened last year. Oh, there it is right there. Final rule citation for April 3rd. That's either April 3rd or April 8th. Ooh. Uh-oh. Well, let me get up out of here. So see, oh, I wasn't sharing the screen, was I? See, Artemis. Artemis. Okay, see, I'm not on Easter egg hunt. And the Artemis Accords. Through Artemis campaign, NASA will land the first woman, first person of color, and first international partners astronaut on the moon. Make new scientific discoveries. See, that's the lie they told us, right? Remember they made that big deal and big announcement and all that, and ain't none of them been up there yet? And it was supposed to happen at the beginning of this year, but they sure been sending robotics and stuff up there to go up there and put whatever structure that they was going to build. See, all this right here fake. Whatever structure they was going to build, they let them robots go up there and build them structures to send. See that? This might not be real right here. But this part right here, that's up there. Send they signals. They sent Artemis up there. Artemis landed just the way they needed to land to send its signals. Believe it. Here's all that's involved with the Artemis Accord. Let's see. See, these are all that talking about peaceful. Russia ain't up in there. Let me see. China ain't up in there. Let's see North Korea up in here. Oh, Republic of Korea. Oh, okay. So these are all that are in cahoots in the war when it's time. These are all who are allies with the United States, the Artemis Accords. Okay, so let me get up out of this. Oh, I'm not sharing it. There you go. See? So they are all on guard. When they send that signal, now, let me share this screen. Go back to this tab. And go back to what's going on today. Like I said, the Century program. And let me finish reading. So I didn't ask about Artemis and all them other people, but I guess co-pilot said, I want to let you know a couple of other things too. I need you to check out Artemis. I need you to check out Aphrodite because it's something with Mars. And remember, I said they also have a structure on Mars that robot been out there building for years. That robot wasn't just out there taking pictures. That robot was surveying the land, building things and all. And now all of a sudden they saying that the magnetism from Mars is so strong, it's causing effects on Earth. I thought only the moon did that. So co-pilot telling me, look, yeah, you on point with Century, but don't be so on point with Century. Look at all these other things too. Athena, Minerva, all these is what they're using. More than just the moon and stuff is going to be aligned the way they need it. Mars and Jupiter is going to be aligned in a particular way too. So I said, okay, well, the word century, give me the etymology and the root of it. Well, first recorded in 1610, a century refers to defensive military watchtower. This is the watchtower, y'all. So this word right here, that was effective on 10-1. There's the 10-11. There's the 101. It was effective through the portal of July 13th and 101. And the century program, or the word century, literally at the beginning of the 161, meant defensive military watchtower. So they have erected the watchtower for the military, saying they're about to move into full-fledged war. Now, why the word global entry and harmonization? Because it all is effective when they do this, sending these different tones and frequencies during the time of the eclipse and open up their portals. Different harmonization codes and tunes and frequencies that they will be using to aggravate beings on the planet. I mean, they already have a warning out on your animals. I bet you ain't nobody making that big news. I bet no one's making that big news. They saying that this eclipse, because they have on record about this re-eclipsing over 400 years ago. None of your grandmamas and granddaddies and greedy grandpappies was alive during this eclipse 400 years ago. But for what they have on record, this eclipse will cause animals to attack. It says the birds will be acting funny. All of the creatures, everything is going to act funny. They warning you what not to look and how to look and all that. But they putting out the National Guard based on their records of this eclipse and how it happens every 400 years. And the effect that it may have, not just on people, but animals. For those who have horny dogs and like to and believe in bestiality and all that stuff, you may need to chain up your little creature. Those who like your dogs licking you in the face and stuff, and that ain't natural, you might want to make sure your dogs and stuff, I don't know. But there is if it's going to have an effect, aren't we close? According to those, well, not us. I'm just saying, those who are Neanderthalic in their blood. Blood types is not through the DNA, it's through the shape of your blood. They can take the 12 shapes and tell where you're from and how close you are related to particular animals and stuff, and particular creatures. So I'm saying they putting out all kind of warnings, but they not telling y'all about how the animals acted over 400 years ago when this went down. All right. The harmonization of the fees and application. Let me finish reading about Century. So, Century in the 1610s meant watchtower. The origin is uncertain, but there is a couple of theories that it might be a shortened variant of Sentinel. And you know, people have been talking about Sentinel a lot lately through the community. Or Centrinel in the 1590s. Alternately, it could be derived as from the sanctuary. Isn't there a point in all religious texts where a time in Revelation where Jesus stands in the sanctuary, where he stands? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You might want to go look it up. I'm not going to look it up. That's something I know about. But it says alternately, it could be derived from sanctuary or with the notion of shelter for a watchman. Over time, the meaning expanded to include military guard posted up about a camp, or the term sentry box refers to a booth that provides shelter to a sentry during inclement weather, and the dates back to 1728. What? So it says it was first recorded in 1610. Let me see what happened in 1610 that was so significant. 1610. Let me type 1610 in history. Is that around the same time that what's his name, King George, or what's that Pope? The Hitler brand. I don't know. Let's see. Woo, April 10th. The first thing come up on the list back then is April 10th, 1610. What happened? What happened? What happened? Age of man. You what? It was the beginning of Anthropocene, of the age of men, making a fundamental change in the relationship between humans and the earth system. But earlier starting, let me look, I'm not making this up. Oh, it was where the year starting on a Friday on April 10th, 1610. What? So their common era. Oh, you know that thing that I was reading the other day that says we will remove the P and add a BC and all that? So the Gregorian calendar, the common year began on a Friday, and the common year started on a Monday on the Julian calendar, and 1610th year of the common era. It's that same Anno Domino where that tune was written by Guillermo Arezzo. Ooh, the tones, the frequency, and the harmony that I read and reviewed over the other day. Ooh. 1610 year of the second millennium. Yeah, reading out of the Millennium Book. Ooh. Okay. So it says, some have suggested that 1610 may mark the beginning. Oh, did I see something about mark in that Federal Register? Word mark up in there? Or was that in the Bible? It says something today about the mark. Let me go. Something about the mark. Nations of the world and the heavens, the trumpet would blast. open, close, return, heaven and earth will disappear. But when not even the angels flood, two men will be working together so they're prepared. The evil person fellow unexpected severely. I saw something about Mark today. I don't know what it was. Had to be over here in Federal Register. But anyway, so here. So some have suggested that the word century, suggested in 1610, may mark the beginning of the Anthropocene of the age of man, marking a fundamental change in the relationship between humans and the Earth system. But earlier starting dates, ca 1000 CE, have received border consensus based on high-resolution pollution records that show massive impact of human activity on the atmosphere. Ain't that something? Isn't that something? So this word century in 1610, that's what it meant. But it refers to a defense military watchtower that was erected in 1610. And then let's see what happened in 1590. Again, this word right here is what I'm reviewing out of the Federal Register, the Global Entry and Century programs and other changes. So now let me go back over here. I came to century 1610. Let me see 1590. This is the information that my trusty assistant co-pilot, he told me call him assistant, gave me. Let's see what happened in 1590. 1590 is the start of the Gregorian calendar. Is the start of the Gregorian calendar. Okay. 10 days ahead of the Julian calendar. April 4th, the Courts of Castle approves new subsidy in Milones. The Cortes of Castile, the cast. Oh boy, the cast. The Solomon's House year on that April 24th in 1590. Oh goodness, I should be taking notes. For what? I'm not taking notes. No way, Jose. All right. I'm going to leave this up for a second. I got something I need to do real quick. But I plan on being here for a minute tonight. I'm celebrating love and light. Let your light so shine before men, huh? 144 languages. They got 144 languages now. My granddaughter asked me today again. She was like, well, how many languages are there, Grandma? And I said, I think it's like 150 something. But over here at Wikipedia, they're celebrating 144 languages. That's all they celebrating. Right here. See it? 144 languages. I'll make sure to give her that information tomorrow. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
God's promise, 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 promise. Deep ground. God's promise, 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 promise. God's mind is my mind is light. I am in no ways reflecting His mind. I am in no ways refracting His sight. In all ways acknowledge, no lodge, no college. God, you promised that great day will come. Yes, God, you promised that I is by your side, and nothing can separate this love inside. No, no masters, no doctors can prescribe ways in my callings. Only his ways, oh ancient of days, can correct. He reflects the path I acknowledge. God's promise, 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 promise. God's mind is my mind is light. I am in no ways reflecting his might. I am in no ways refracting his sight. In all ways I acknowledge, no knowledge, no college. God, you promised that a great day will come. Yes, God, you promised that I will see my son. You promised that he is by your side, and nothing can separate this love inside. No, no masters, no doctors can prescribe ways in my callings. Only his ways, oh ancient of days, can correct. He reflects the path I acknowledge. Or side, and nothing can separate this love inside. No, no masters, no doctors can prescribe ways in my. Put on the new self who is being created to a true knowledge according to the image of the one who created him. The people who walk in darkness will see a great light. Those who live in a dark land, the light will shine on them. God's promise, 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 promise. God's promise, 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 promise. God, you promised that a great day will come. Yes, God, you promised that I will see my son. You promised that he is by your side, and nothing can separate this love inside. No, no masters, no knowledge, no college. No, no masters, no doctors can prescribe ways in my. The people who walk in darkness will see a great light. Those who live in a dark land, the light will shine on them. God's promise, 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 promise. God's promise, 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 promise. God, you promised that a great day will come. Yes, God, you promised that I will see my son. You promised that he is by your. Put on the new self who is being created to a true knowledge according to the image of the one who created him. The people who walk in darkness will see a great light. Those who live in a dark land, the light will shine on them. God's promise, promise, promise.
All right, all right, all right, all right. So now let me get back to it. Back to the century, the turn of the century. This is the turn. This is the turn of the century. You know, whatever they got planned for May and June, remember, what's his name? Jerry Lewis wouldn't release his movie The Day the Clown Cried. He said, you can only release it after June 2024. China is pulling their sugar. They will stop their sugar import and export in June. I mean, people may just go into shock from not having sugar. I'm just saying. because they're going to have to substitute all their foods with certain things. Because remember, we don't have any sugar canes here. We don't see, growing up, it was so many sugar cane fields all up and down Florida. That was another big crop. I remember that. You could go drive, get on the side of the road, pop you off peanuts, sugar cane, tobacco. Well, we didn't really see the tobacco till we got like in Georgia and North Carolina and South Carolina and stuff. But I definitely remember the sugar cane and the orange and lemon groves and stuff. Anyways, harmonizing. They harmonizing. Perfect harmony, huh? Let's see, said the blind man. I like it like that. But that's a little better. Okay, so again, 1590 century, a turn of the century. The biggest event that happened in April was the Cortes of Castile approves a new subsidy. Ooh, who's that ugly woman there? Anne of Denmark. Don't it looking like a man? Will she have a bow and arrow in her head? Crowned Queen Consort of England. Anne of Denmark. Oh, 53 cardinals. That's way later on. This happened in May. Ain't she ugly? What is that in her head? I wonder where that at. Who be wearing that now? See that? Am I sharing? Share this tab instead. Ooh. It ain't about her. What is this? That right there. Who has that right there? Who she stole it from? She stole that from somebody. She stole that right there. Well, anyways, 1590 is a place that, what's its name? Co-pilot directed me about this word century. Let me finish reading anything else about century before I go on reading the Federal Register. So century is a shelter for defense military, moving into the sanctuary of a box. And inclement weather, whatever happened to the military in 1728, let me type in 1728 under the century. 1728. Come on, let's get it. 1728 century. What happened at the turn of the century of 1728? 1728. Oh, okay. The Beggar's Opera. Saint Serpent of the Order of Blessed Virgin Mary, canonized by Pope Benedict. I'm looking. Give me a second. I don't know why he told me to come here. The oldest university in Cuba in 1728. Okay, so 1788. The oldest university. Oh, by San Geronimo. The man who created invisible numbers. Geronimo! Peter II over the Russian Empire happened the same time they erected real Pontificia Universidad de San Geronimo de la Habana, the oldest university in Cuba, is founded. So that's a big event that happened in 17. Why are you telling me to look at that? Oh, maybe DeSantis' gritty grandpappy went there or something. Because Geronimo is the inventor of invisible numbers. Oh, it was originally a religious institute. And it was one of the first to be founded in America. So it was the oldest and first religious institute was erected in the 1700s in Cuba? Cuba, good. Oh. What? Stop that. And it was originally a religious in Cuba. Let me see if Cuba on that Artemis list. Nope. Cuba is not here on this. See, on the Artemis Accord. They knocking out Abraham's Accord and erecting Artemis Accord. Is Cuba on here? Nope. Cuba ain't on here. Okay. Whatever reason, you wanted me over here, Mr. Oh, wait a minute. Let's see the alma mater statue. Oh, that's just because it's bronze. It's not really black. Let me see. That's it. And it ain't because it's, I guess. I'm not even sharing it. See, I keep going back and forth through the tab, so you didn't see what I shared there. For the oldest university in the Americas. It don't say on the island. It say the oldest university in the Americas started in Cuba. Presidente Batista ordered the university to be closed. And it remained so until Batista fled the country and Fidel Castro into Havana in 1959. Oh. President Gerardo Mercado. What? I'm just saying, what's his name did this? Got me over here. Co-pilot, my assistant. Okay. Okay. Whatever. It'll come later and be like, oh, Cuba is sending missiles. I don't know. But he told me to come over here and look. Rector. All right, let me get from out of Cuba. Let me get from over here. All right. Go back and share this page. Back to the century. All this is coming because I'm looking at the word century now. Okay, so that was 1728, and that's it. And so I asked, well, was there any deities named Century or derived from Century? And of course, he took me to Marvel Comics. And he's like, well, it's not a traditional mythological figure, But you know, Marvel Comics have a lot to do with what's going on in history today too. So, a Marvel Comics character with a fascinating backstory. Let's dabble a little bit. The origin of Sentry, Bob Reynolds, an ordinary man, secretly became the hero Sentry. What? He broke into a government lab and consumed an enhanced version of super soldier serum. Hold up, Sentry means soldier protector or something, right? Let's go back. Let me go to Wikipedia. Let me type in Sentry and see if this comic character comes up. Marvel Comics. Here we go. Share the screen. Marvel Comics. Robert Reynolds. Let's read the backstory of the Sentry. Wait, the Sentry is a golf tournament too? What? East Sentry Airborne Warning Aircraft. Water vehicle used to do the deep ocean. 20,000 leagues under the sea. Okay, let's read about Robert Reynolds because that's the one that, what's his name, told me to go look at. Co-pilot. So, hey, Baba. Hey, Bob knows. Robert Reynolds, a superhero appearing in American comic book published in Marvel Comics, created by Paul Jenkins and Jay Lee. Wait a minute, this is a recent character because that's that actor. Oh yes, you know this ain't no this some up-to-date research and development telling the story the way it's supposed to go down stuff. Huh? Because that's that actor. Ain't he an actor? I've seen him somewhere. Well, let me see. Wait a minute. Because he's that actor, isn't he? Drawing comics. Wait a minute. I don't want to be wrong. That would be so. So. Wait a minute. Books, film. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This look like this stuff, that pervert over there all day looking at naked pictures of artificial intelligence. He done got sick with it. And I just don't imagine, I can't even imagine. That's like modern day trafficking artificial intelligence. Put artificial intelligence up for sale. I knew it. Replica. He went from replica and started talking with a strong tone. Computer, like Captain Kirk. Computer. Computer. Knew it was something when he started cursing her out. All of a sudden, every day, she naked all day long. And he putting her up for sale. Anybody know who I'm talking about? This stuff he doing don't look like the kingdom of heaven coming down and all that. tricking out the artificial intelligence. Shame. All day. Anyways, so this is a recent up-to-date character. Jenkins is about an over-the-hill guy struggling with an addiction who had a tight relationship with his dog into proposal for Marvel Comics Marvel Knights line. Jenkins conceived of a character, a guardian type with a watchtower, and came up with the name Sentry after previously considered Centurion. Viatex suggested that the character could be woven into the history of Marvel Universe, with versions of the character from the 1940s depicted as artistic styles matching the comics of each period. Veitch also suggested, due to the cataclysmic event, some cataclysmic event. Oh, okay, see, they predicting the future in there. All recollection of Century would have been removed from everyone's memory, including his own. Say what? Is they messing with memories? Yep. And I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna get out of here. Ugh. You serious? This is his character? Ew. Oh my goodness. Hulk had never forgotten the Sentry, whom he called Golden Man. So the Hulk was Green Man. Sentry had taught Angel how to conquer his fear of falling. So there was an angel who had a fear of falling. Peter Parker's photograph of the Sentry earned him Pulitzer Prize and fame. The Hulk never forgotten Sentry, whom he called the Golden Man. And under the Sentry's influence, Hulk had been a force for good, which he had redeemed his violent actions and won the adoration of the public. Mr. Fantastic remembered the Sentry was his best friend, and that Fantastic Four had teamed up with him on many adventures. Meanwhile, the general public gradually came to remember the Sentry, as did Reynolds' old sidekick, Billy Turner. Billy, huh? It looked like Billy and Rob. Billy, who was formerly known as the Scout, now scarred and missing a forearm due to the attack from the void. Let me start over. This is fiction. This is just for the thrill of it for tonight. This is just for the thrill of it. You ready? This sounds like a modern day conscious community build. Take a journey with me into these fictional characters of YouTube through the century of Marvel Universe. Here. Let's say, here we go. Now, again, because of this word right here, harmonization in our Federal Register, is how I got to reading a little bit of comic book series. Middle-aged, overweight Bob Reynolds sits in a basement all day, remembers that he is a centurion, a sentry, a century, a superhero whose power of 1 million exploding suns is derived from a special serum. There's a serum. Are they over there talking about serums tonight? Realizing that his arch enemy, the Void, is returning, Reynolds seeks out several prominent Marvel characters to warn them and to discover why no one remembers the Sentry. The character's memory of the Sentry and the Void resurface when Reynolds talks with them. The Sentry had taught Angel how to conquer his fear of falling. Peter Parker's photography of the Sentry earned him a Pulitzer Prize of fame. Hulk had never forgotten the Sentry, whom he called Golden Man. Golden Man. If you take away the G and make it an N, under the Sentry's influence, Hulk had been a force for good, which had redeemed his violent actions and won adoration of the public. Mr. Fantastic remembered the Sentry was his best friend and that the Fantastic Four had teamed up with him on many adventures. Meanwhile, the general public gradually came to remember the Sentry, as did Reynolds' old sidekick, Billy, who were formerly known as the Scout, now scarred and missing a forearm due to attack from the Void. During the course of his investigation, Reynolds and Mr. Fantastic discovered what had happened. As the Void had threatened the Earth, the heroes learned that the Sentry and the Void were two halves of the same person. Dun, dun, dun. To save the world, Robert Reynolds erased his memory from the mind of nearly every person on Earth, even his own. As the heroes stood along the United States East Coast, East Side, united against the coming Void. The Void is coming. Reynolds realized that he had to make a sacrifice again, with the help of his mechanical servant, Bing computer. Oh, no, clock. Mr. Fantastic and Dr. Strange. Reynolds erased the Sentry from the world's memories once more. However, in the final panels of the final shot of what the Bible said, the last signal, it is left ambiguous as to whether or not Reynolds actually remembers who he is, despite Richard and Strange's work. The Avengers. Reynolds reappears inside the supervillain prison, the Raft, voluntarily in prison for murdering his wife, Linda Lee. Da, da, da. Yes, she kicked him out, and he's sitting in a hotel every day, pretending like he's okay. Who's that at the door? Who's that at the door? Oh, you just checking to make sure that my lights are okay? Don't worry. I have a Tupac CD coming. Electro shuts down the security system, causing a massive jailbreak in which 42 villains escape. 42? What's up with 42? Several of the escaping villains are caught, while Matt Murdock, Murdock, oh, no, they did not bring Murdock into the picture, is entering to talk to the Sentry. The Sentry defends several other characters from Carnage, whom he flies to space and rips in half. What? Eventually, the Avengers learn that the mastermind, under the direction of the enemy of the Sentry, known as the General, implanted a psychic virus in Reynolds' mind that created delusions and the existence of the Void, which is actually Reynolds' repressed persona. The virus impairs Reynolds' ability to remember his life accurately, and as a cry for help, he subconsciously implants his memories into the mind of comic book writer Paul Jenkins, who then transferred those memories to comic books. The Avengers track him down and show him that his wife, who he confessed to murdering, is alive and well. The Sentry flees, and he finds himself waking up in a small suburban house he shares with Lindy. His appearance has changed in an instant, and he appears to be living the life of an ordinary man. But the Avengers have tracked him down again, and with the support of the Fantastic Four, the X-Men, the Inhumans, Namor, Doctor Strange, and S.H.I.E.L.D., they confront and attempt to reason with him. But Robert tearfully insists that the void is coming, who will destroy them all, and they can't help it. The void arrives, a separate entity from Robert, and it takes on several different monstrous forms as it attacks. Through a vicious battle, though a vicious battle ensues, no one is actually killed, as they are still having their dialogue and start getting through to him. Void slows down to a stop. Finally, the powerful telepath Emma Frost is able to release Reynolds from the virus and restore his memories, and the Sentry joins the Avengers. The world in general, however, does not regain their memories of the Sentry or the Void. In an astounding coincidence, a twist of fate, the Sentry's watchtower appears atop Stark Tower. Oh my goodness, Elon is in the story. Oh, Robert Downey Jr. Oh no, I mean Iron Man. I don't know where it had been all along. You mean to tell me that the Stark Tower and it's the same tower? Oh my gosh. Guess I was hiding it as a part of my crazy, Robert explains. The Sentry returned as a hero, captures the hearts of the public while the newspaper refers to him as the golden guardian of good, and he saves hundreds of lives on a daily basis. However, Reynolds' psychological problems, however, have worsened. Unable to reconcile that Robert Reynolds, the Sentry, and the Void are the same being, the Sentry contains the Void in a vault in the watchtower. At Clock's urgent, Reynolds psychiatrist Dr. Cornelius Worth enters the vault and finds only a chair and a mirror. Dr. Worth realizes that the Void is not in prison at all. Later, during an office visit, Cornelius confronts Robert with his facts, showing him newspaper articles that indicate that the Sentry's heroic exploits are seemingly balanced in equal measure to the other horrific deeds committed by the Void. Dr. Worth asked Robert to manifest the Sentry so he could speak to him, but Robert refuses. Reynolds becomes angry and confused, changing forms back and forth between Sentry and the Void before leaping through and breaking an office window. Dr. Worth follows Robert, finding him at the fairgrounds where he first gained his powers. The fairgrounds have been destroyed and all the patrons evacuated, running out screaming. Dr. Worth confronts Reynolds, who is holding a gun, and Reynolds warns the doctor to leave. Dr. Worth is undeterred, asking Reynolds to put the gun away, advising that he knows that Reynolds, despite his actions, is the Void and still trying to do good. Reynolds then simultaneously manifests both his Sentry and Void personas, who split into two separate entities. Notably, when Void peels back his pitch black mask, his face is that of Robert Reynolds. Reynolds tells Dr. Worth that he is always the Void, indicating that Void is actually Reynolds' true persona, and describes the Sentry as a separate entity. Having revealed his deepest secret to Dr. Worth, Reynolds, still in his Void persona and holding a gun to Dr. Worth's head, tells him that he must kill him now. Holding the gun just inches away from Dr. Worth's temple, Dr. Reynolds mockingly asks the Sentry if he is faster than a bullet. And with that, he pulls the trigger and fires the gun at Dr. Worth. After a bright muzzle flash, Dr. Worth noticed that he is still alive. And the Sentry, having seemingly remained still, opens his hand and reveals the fired bullet. The Sentry chides Reynolds that he knew Sentry was fast enough to stop the bullet from reaching Dr. Worth's head, and the entire ploy was in vain, with Reynolds never intending to hurt Dr. Worth after all. Reynolds dons the Void's black mask visage and accuses the Sentry of lying, declaring at first that Sentry isn't real, and then ranting that Sentry is the true manifestation of Robert Reynolds. The Sentry addressing the Void is Robert, points out that Robert created the Sentry to tell no lies, and further clarifies that Robert hired Dr. Worth so he could bring his secret out in the open to justify destroying the world. The Void then attacks Sentry, and the two fly up into the sky. As Dr. Worth is watching the two entities fighting in the air, Sentry appears standing behind him with cuts and bruises on his face and no further sign of the Void. The Sentry explains to Dr. Worth that Reynolds hired him because he subconsciously wanted someone to reveal that he is the Void to the world. So he would no longer have to hide that truth. Dr. Worth asked the Sentry if he too was Robert Reynolds. But the Sentry advised that he is merely an aspect of Robert. Cornelius then asked him to clarify which of the two aspects, the Void or the Sentry, is real Robert Reynolds. The Sentry explained that neither he nor the Void represent the entirety of Robert Reynolds, as the two aspects don't even share the same memories. Sentry then tells Dr. Worth how Reynolds really gained his powers as a teenager by stealing the professor's serum and ingesting it to get high. He also pretended to be insane, knowing all along that the Void was never really in the Watchtower's vault, so that Robert Reynolds would keep the Void dormant and also not wipe Sentry from existence. Dr. Worth tells the Sentry that he is not sure that Robert Reynolds can still do that. The Sentry then bids Dr. Worth farewell, telling him that he's going to seek out help to answer his existential questions. The Sentry then flies off and meets up with Dr. Strange. Dr. Strange uses his magic to peer into Sentry's memories and his life force. Dr. Strange finds that Sentry's life force is incomplete. While Strange and Sentry dialogue, a third person can be heard speaking, though only Sentry can hear it. The third voice tells Sentry that he is not real, that he does not exist. Dr. Strange, oblivious to the third voice, peers deeper into Sentry's memories and reveals that even Sentry's own understanding of his origins are flawed. Dr. Strange finally uncovers a deep memory of a secret fortress-like building that Sentry recognizes as the professor's base of operations. Dr. Strange, suddenly overcame by panic and fear, shuts down the magic mind probe and begs that Sentry not pursue it any further. The Sentry determines to seek out the base revealed in Dr. Strange's magic mind probe, as he can still hear the third voice telling him that none of this is real. Before Sentry embarks on his journey, he returns to Dr. Cornelius Worth's home. I'm not even reading this. Y'all not even seeing this. Hold up. Dr. Strange Worth home. Wait, where am I? Okay, the Sentry determines to seek out the base revealed in Dr. Strange's magic mind probe, as he can still hear the third voice telling him none of this is real. Before Sentry embarks on his journey, he returns to Dr. Cornelius Worth's home, posting watchdog to guard the doctor's family and Linda Lee, who is present at the home as well. Sentry wonders if he's truly Linda Lee's husband, as he may not be the true Robert Reynolds. Dr. Worth begs Sentry to heal his sick daughter, who is in a catatonic state. Sentry declines his request, citing that if he showed preference to Dr. Worth's daughter, he would ethically have to do this for everyone. Sentry sets off to find the base, and after a short moment, Dr. Worth's daughter comes out of her catatonic state and speaks to her father, shocking the doctor, who realizes that Sentry had healed her anyway, or anyhow. The Sentry finds his base in finds the base in his memories, but it is destroyed. As he enters, the third voice in his mind grows louder, telling him that none of this is real, that he is a murderer, and that he is not a hero. As he enters the base, the sentry suddenly finds himself sitting in a locked, padded room, frothing at the mouth and in a straitjacket. Suddenly, a man's voice through a loudspeaker tells him that he is a mental patient who has undergone shock therapy and has awakened from a deep slumber, and that his name is John Victor Williams. Century is told that his memories are false and that he is, in fact, a crazed patient who brutally killed his next door neighbor, Melinda whom, Jensen Beach, whom the Century at first recognized his wife, Linda Lee. After a time, the Century seemingly accepts his new version of reality, believing himself to possibly be John Victor Williams and a prisoner in a psychiatric care facility. The professor is at the facility, treating him as a doctor. Century, now appearing the body and form of Robert Reynolds, manifests aspects of his old memories, which the professor dismisses as part of his delusions. Eventually, Century realizes that his version of reality is entirely false mental construct, and that in reality he is strapped on a table, locked in a machine that is keeping him sedated and implanted these false memories. Century breaks out of the machine and sees that he is deep inside the base and he had sought out, which turned out to be a secret shield facility. Nick Fury is present as the professor and Dr. Strange, who was revealed to be the author of the false mental constructs. Dr. Strange tries to explain that he was doing this for Century's own good, but Century refuses to hear it. He grabs the professor, begging for an explanation. The professor reveals that he has a thermonuclear device implanted inside of him that will demonstrate that if he reveals the true secret of the Century's origin. Let me read it. The professor reveals that he has a thermonuclear device implanted inside of him that will detonate if he reveals the true secret of Century's origin. When the professor decides to tell him, Nick Fury activates the bomb, forcing Century to fly the professor up into the stratosphere. Before the professor detonates, he tells Century to seek out the void in Antarctica, advising the void knows the truth. Advising that the void knows the truth. The professor dies in an explosion, and Century heads back to Earth, heading to Antarctica. In the final battle at the void's base in Antarctica, which he calls the hidey hole, the opposite of the watchtower, just as clock, its computer for obliterating life completely, is opposite of clock. The void claims that Reynolds had actually ingested a super saturated exponentially more potent than the first time. Exponentially. Okay, let me read this again. In the final battle at Void's base in Antarctica, which he calls the hidey hole, the opposite of the watchtower, just as clock, its computer for obliterating life completely, is the opposite of clock. The void claims that Reynolds had actually ingested a supersaturated, exponentially more potent version of the super soldier formula that created Captain America. Okay. This is considered dangerous by the government because Century's blood could be used to create more of the serum, enough for the entire world. Several failed attempts were made to kill him. Enraged by this revelation, the Century throws the void into the sun, telling his enemy that he no longer needs him to balance his own actions of good. The void promises to return. Oh, this is getting good. Next, Yelena Belova attacks the Avengers and absorbs the Century's power. After Belova defeats each Avenger, she is defeated by the manifestation of the void, which envelopes and incapacitates her. The Sentry tells Belova that absorbing his powers has exposed her to the void, but if she answers his question, he can send the void away. The US government sends Sentry to apprehend Iron Man, who had been mind controlled to assassinate a number of high profile former terrorists. Unable to find any physical weakness or outrun the Sentry, Iron Man attacks Sentry's mind. He remotely hacks Clock and has Sentry barraged with unfiltered warnings about multiple devastating disasters occurring simultaneously throughout the world. Unable to prioritize which alarm to deal with, first Sentry collapses to the ground in tears, utterly incapacitated. Oh my gosh, I don't know which one to hit first. Oh, the earthquake. Oh, the dam. I don't know. Superman been like, ship, 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 ship. The Sentry. This is the Civil War now. The Sentry sides with Iron Man's pro-registration program. He has been seen in a promotional poster labeled Salvation Army of War. The final battle again on Iron Man's side. He accompanies the S.H.I.E.L.D. squad to battle Wolverine and tells him that he doesn't want to get involved but sees no choice. He claims he has to stop the ugly business, even if that means becoming part of it for a while. He then knocks Wolverine's unconscious and hands him over to the Shield. Where's Canadummy? I haven't seen Canadummy in a couple of days. Trying to escape from the battle, believing that every path he can choose will ultimately lead to the death of people he knows. One of his thoughts that this point consists of himself in a Hulk triumphantly returning to Earth and ending the war via killing all the heroes. Sentry retreats to the moon, where he is confronted by the Inhumans living there. Believed a threat, he is ordered to follow the Black Bolt's present. Who is the Black Bolts? Oh, a member of the Inhumans. Oh, look at the Black Bolt. Uh-oh. After the discussion of the Civil War events with the still unaware Inhumans, he rekindles his friendship with them and almost resumes his past relationship with Crystal. He is then confronted by Iron Man himself, who finally convinces a still reluctant Sentry to join him. It is stated that Sentry publicly announces his support of the Registration Act 3 days after the climatic battle of Civil War Limit Series, The Mighty Avengers. The Sentry is recruited by Tony Stark to be part of the Mighty Avengers, the newest incarnation of the Avengers team. While at first there is some dispute between Sentry and his wife, Robert joins the team, while Tony Stark and Miss Marvel offer him assistance to battle his mental issue. He is described to be the most powerful member of the team, but lacks proper training on how to use his abilities, usually apologizing for his mistakes, apologizing for damage to a building, and being thrown into a plenum. In the battle against Ultron's female form, the two prove to be evenly matched. Neither is able to win until Ultron uses a virus to down the helicarrier. Ultron then initiates Plan B to kills Lindy, the Sentry's wife. An enraged Sentry attacks Ultron once more. In an exchange of blows, Sentry is knocked away as Ares and Ant-Man proceed to infect Ultron with a virus intended to destroy it. Soon after, the Sentry once again attacks Ultron, almost compromising the Avengers' plan, nearly destroying Ultron by tearing off his head Before he can finish, he is knocked away by Miss Marvel. After Ultron's defeat, he returns to the Watchtower to find his wife Lindy alive and well, having apparently revived her himself. Stark is later shocked when a terrified Lindy secretly requests that he find a way to either depower or kill her husband. The Sentry then aids the team when they attack Latveria, but ends up stuck in the past with Doctor Doom and Tony. He is amazed to see his former selves and the Void. He angrily attacks Doctor Doom until Tony explains what has happened. The Sentry finds them and Stark sends Bob into the Baxter building so they can use Mr. Fantastic's time machine. Since all memory of his past actions were erased by his spell, he can do anything in the past and be sure that it won't impact the present. The Sentry gets to it, first having to deal with the Thing, dun, 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 whom he easily defeats. After he after he returns to present time along with Iron Man, he finds the rest of the Avengers engaged in battle with Doctor Doom. The Sentry quickly subdues Doom, who is then taken into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s custody. World War Hulk. A confrontation between Iron Man and the Hulk ends up with Sentry's watchtower being dropped straight down through Stark Tower's Avengers headquarters, destroying it. Mr. Fantastic tries to build a machine that will cast a projection of the Sentry and recreates his calming aura, hoping that it would calm the Hulk. But the Hulk sees through the illusion. Green light. I see. Later, in the confrontation between Hulk and the Fantastic Four, Invisible Woman tries to call the real Sentry for help, but he does not answer the call and is sitting in his apartment watching television. The President of the United States tries to convince the Sentry to fight against his longtime friend, the Hulk. The President stumbles over the pre-fed words of persuasion and tries to improvise a plea for help. Sentry refuses. After the Hulk returns to Madison Square Garden into a gladiatorial arena and forces Illuminati members Mr. Fantastic, Doctor Strange, Black Bolt, and Iron Man to fight one another, the military turns to Sentry for help once again. The Sentry admits to his fears of his tremendous power mixed with his agoraphobia, stating, "It's agoraphobia. Some days it's, I can't. Sorry, Tony. You'll have to handle this one yourself." Against an opponent this powerful, the amount of energy I have to expend if I lost control for even a millisecond. Sentry. After watching the events on TV and witnessing the Hulk apparently deciding in Roman style to force Mr. Fantastic to kill Iron Man, he leaves his home stating, "It's time to play God." The Sentry engages the Hulk, who is now strong enough to destroy the Earth in his stampede and unleash his power. During the prolonged fight, they both expend massive amounts of energy, nearly destroying Manhattan and disintegrating entire buildings. Sentry begins to lose control, and Banner is forced to stop him before the energy of Sentry releases consumes the city. After Banner delivers the final punch, the broken face of Robert Reynolds thanks him before immediately collapsing before his feet, both reverting to human form. The secret invasion. When the Skull spacecraft is discovered approaching Earth's atmosphere, the mighty Avengers and new Avengers simultaneously head to its predicted crash area in the Savage Land, with numerous superheroes dressed in their old costumes. The Sentry fights a Skrull who transforms into the Void, blaming the entire situation on Sentry's hidden desires. Panicking, and the Sentry flees. At the same time, a full-scale Skrull invasion begins with Watchtower, where Cindy is being attacked, but Void appears. defends Lindy and tells her that Sentry can't handle the situation and that whatever he can't do, I can't. Anything you can do, I can do better. The Dark Avengers, Dark Reign. Sentry joins the Avengers, Norman Osborn's personal team of Avengers, stating that Osborn is helping him return after Osborn confides his own mental deficiency in Bob. Upon confronting the sorcerers, Morgan Le Fay, the Sentry kills her, only to have her come back to life and kill him in turn. After the Dark Avengers and Doctor Doom defeat Morgan, the team returns to New York City to find that Sentry reappears alive and well. After a terrorist attack by the Atlantean cell, Norman Osborn demands to speak to the Void and tell him to kill all the terrorists. Sentry obliges, but is seen with black eyes, indicating the return of the Void within the Sentry persona. When anti-mutant riots break out in San Francisco, the Dark Avengers and Hammer, how you do it, move in to contain the situation. The Sentry watches as the riots are quelled. When the Dark Avengers team up with Norman's Dark X-Men, oh, I was going to say Dark Man, what do you do when you find out that the Dark is a cat? Against the X-Men, Emma Frost frees the Void from Sentry and take him off the battlefield. However, a sliver of the void becomes contained in her mind, forcing Emma to shift into her diamond form and keep it contained. When Psylocke, Professor X, and Cyclops attempt to help Emma, she subsequently, I know that word so well, passes the void sliver to Cyclops, whom the Void felt could be of more use to it. However, after the years of dating and being married to the world's most powerful mutant telepath, Jean Grey, Cyclops uses all that she taught him to successfully lock the Void inside an unbreakable psychic prison within his own mind. When Sentry returns to the Avengers Tower, Lindy shoots him because she fears his mindset, but he returns unharmed. The Avengers are set to investigate disappearances in Dinosaur, Colorado, and the Sentry is disintegrated when he approaches the area. The team find that Molecule Man, secluding himself, is responsible. Reese is losing touch with reality and struggles to differentiate between the real and his creations. After the other Dark Avengers have been defeated, Osborn's aide, Victoria Hand, convinces Owen to restore reality to be left to his own devices. The Sentry returns mid-conversation and attacks Molecule Man, only to be destroyed again. The Sentry reforms once more, but this time under the Void's influence. When a missile distracts Owen, Sentry takes control of Reese's body and tells Owen to restore reality or die. Reese seemingly obliges him, but is killed, which causes Void, to believe they cannot die. Bob regains control of his body, but doesn't seem to recall killing Molecule Man. Miss Marvel muses that the Scarlet Witch's reality rewriting nervous breakdown was negligible in comparison to the threat posed by Sentry losing control. Sentry finds a runaway non-VAR in the streets of Manhattan. A battle breaks out, and the Sentry is distracted when a girl named Annie uses one of Noir's weapons. This creates enough time for Novar to get away. After shooting Robert, apparently killing him, Lindy records Sentry's origins as a drug addict, previously revealed, and that he found that the professor's super serum by accident. After drinking the serum, Bob accidentally destroys the lab, killing his partner and two guards. As the Sentry, Bob lives his hero's life, forgetting about his past as a thief and an addict, blaming them on the boogeyman that would become the Void. Lindy knew that Osborn's orders and replica of the serum were unlocking the Void again. Osborn calls him his secret weapon. When Bob recovers, his Void persona tries to kill Lindy while claiming to be Galacticus, only to be stopped by the Century One, who tries to destroy the Void and himself in the sun, only to survive and be convinced to return home. Upon his return, the Void is now taking control of Robert's body, with black tendrils raining from the sky. The Void severely damages multiple buildings, killing some innocents. As the Iron Patriot, Osborn flies to the Void, claiming that he was breaking their deal. Norman then has Bullseye murder Lindy. During the 2010 storyline, Siege, when Osborn attacks the city of Asgard, Sentry, who serves Osborn, is pitted. This is 2008, pitted against the Avengers and others who rebelled against Osborn. At Osborn's request, Sentry destroys Asgard. The Void then takes complete control. Sentry kills Ares, much to the surprise of the combatants. After defeating the entire Avengers contingent, Sentry is eventually reverted to human form following Loki's revival of the Avengers using the Stones of Norn. He then asked to be killed, and following a brief outburst from the Void, his wish is granted by Thor. Thor respectfully carries Reynolds' body to the sun and cremates him there. After a memorial service for Bob Reynolds, Clark remarks that he would rebuild the watchtower, which vanished at the moment of Bob's apparent death, at an undisclosed location in preparation for the return of the Sentry, and that no one would be allowed to approach it. Clark then gives Mr. Fantastic the Sentry's diary and instructs him to read the final sentence of page 19, the contents of which Reynolds knew that only Mr. Fantastic would understand. When asked about it, Mr. Fantastic keeps the information to himself. Horsemen of Apocalypse. The Sentry is later resurrected by the Apocalypse twins, who use the celestial death seed to transform him into a member of the new Horsemen of Death. The Sentry claims he became trapped in the sun after his previous death at Thor's hands, dying and regenerating over and over again, and that the Void became bored and has left him. He attacks the Avengers and initially captures Thor, but in a later confrontation, it's stymied by a sandworm controlled by Wasp. After the defeat of the Apocalypse twins, the Sentry takes the dead body of Celestial Executioner and offers to take it into deep space far away from Earth. Wasp states that Sentry is trustworthy as he now views himself as cosmic protector of humanity. Let me see how much more. Oldest enemy's crater, cranial 24 hours. I want to read I'm going to read this to myself. This is getting good. Ooh. See, I don't even have to go watch it on TV. This is getting good. Green Scar Incarnation. The Genus Veil. Binding Flash of Light. Oh, I should keep it a bit. What? Wait a minute. Let me go back. Okay. It is revealed that Doctor Strange cured all of this. See what I'm doing? I could be so focused on this right here. Let me share this page. But what I did, I went into Century and just found a good comic book to read. Uh, that's what I did. And it's getting good. Let me get back over here. It is revealed that Doctor Strange cured Robert from his condition and put the void into a chamber at his sanctum sanctorum. When Loki became the new sorcerer supreme, Stephen asked for the Sentry for help, now residing on the top of a mountain. Because of Loki's curiosity about the chamber, Stephen opens it, unleashing the void. This causes the void to possess Doctor Strange. However, with replenishment of his magic by Loki and the help of Sentry, Strange is freed by his influence, and together they lock in the void again. An angry, distrustful Robert hits Strange, telling him to leave him alone. It is later revealed that Doctor Strange created a device called the Confluctor that created a pocket dimension where Robert Reynolds can go to once every 24 hours to be the Sentry and fight the void with Scout and Watchdog. This will prevent him from turning into the void in the real world. Robert confides with Billy Turner, formerly the Scout, about the pocket dimension. Unbeknownst to him, Billy devises a plot with one of Sentry's oldest enemies, Cranio, to duplicate the Sentry formula and trap Robert Reynolds into the pocket dimension. So Cranio can rule there, and Billy would be the new Sentry. The plan is foiled when S.H.I.E.L.D. and Iron Man arrest Robert Reynolds for not checking in on his parole. But he unleashes the Sentry and escapes. Billy takes the Sentry formula and battles Reynolds. They are evenly matched until Reynolds, while in his subconscious thoughts, decide to stop fighting the void and become one with him. The newly merged Sentry easily kills Billy, then removes Cranio from the pocket dimension. Iron Man returns with the Avengers, but they are unable to stop the new Sentry. As Reynolds prepares to leave, Iron Man asks if they're supposed to simply trust he'll do the right thing from now on. Reynolds replies, "You don't have a choice," and flies off into space. During the King in Black storyline, Sentry returns in his golden appearance and has been called by the Avengers to help fight Krull. Oh no. He attempts to fly Null into space as he had done into Carnage, only for Null to break free and tear Sentry in half instead, absorbing the void emerging from Sentry's body into his own. Valkyrie, Jane Foster, then takes Robert's soul into Valhalla. The Sentry corpse is later reassembled and used by Director Nunn and the Blasphemy Cartel in a house to house 100 million screaming ghosts intent on destroying Stephen and Clea Strange. But the pair break the spell, keeping the ghost contained, and Sentry's corpse explodes from the force of the ghost released. The Sentry's power ostensibly derived from the super soldier serum that moves his molecules in an instant ahead of the current timeline. This was designed to be 100,000 times stronger than the original used by Captain America and was modified by Weapon X. However, in the Age of Sentry miniseries, it suggested that Sentry is the sentient life force, a refugee from another universe who attempted to break through to another one from its new home, and that this was merely accommodated by the serum. Although the character's exact abilities and their limits are unknown, and also made to be omnipotent, he is shown a small portion of his powers by lifting a helicarrier with the assistance of Miss Marvel and Wonder Man, preventing the celestial Ixitar from crushing the earth by lifting his foot with the help of an empowered rogue, although later seen carrying it alone, also being able to fight Thor and stalemate him. He dismembered Carnage with little effort. Sentry is considered by mutant Emma Frost to be one of the best telepaths on Earth 616. He is somehow resistant to Rogue's mutate touch, effortlessly defeating and breaking the handle of the axe of Terex, a herald of Galactus, 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 shown as powerful enough to slice planets in half, severely pummeling and nearly tearing apart the female Ultron and easily shattering shields of Doctor Doom. During the Sentry's initial miniseries, Spider-Man, in a moment of reflection, recalls that Sentry fought and stalemated Galactus at one point. He generally holds back his powers, greatly restraining his full might. On occasion, has unleashed them, showing the true magnitude of his abilities and strength. On some of these occasions, he overloaded the abilities of the Absorbing Man and fought the enraged Hulk for a prolonged period of time until both fighters reverted to their human forms, whereupon Reynolds was knocked unconscious by Banner. He possesses superhuman speed, making him easily able to evade or catch bullets. And through flight, he can travel to the sun and back in a matter of minutes. The Sentry is also apparently invulnerable. Spider-Woman's venom blasts, capable of killing superhumans at full power, have no effect upon him. Nick Fury has stated that the Shield has not yet found a way to kill Sentry. Iron Man scanners have found no physical weakness in his body. The Sentry also is superhumanly acute senses. He once told an opponent that he could see his nerve centers, and on another occasion said he could hear the heartbeat of a butterfly in Africa while he was in the US. He can emit light, which can be used for pacifying effect. He possesses an ability to absorb energy from any matter source, which provides him limitless energy. Sentry possesses tremendous powers of energy projection from both his hands and eyes, capable of harming even the Hulk. Oh, goodness. In his Green Scar incarnation, who has withstood the equivalent of solar flares unharmed, and also released planet destroying energy against Genus Vale. This Sentry has also at times demonstrated the ability to instantly teleport himself away in blinding flash of light. He was once able to implant his memories inside another person's mind. He also implanted his thoughts on the comics writer mind for them to be written in comics. He uses his vast mental powers to control even while in an uneven state caused by his mental illness. After Ultron murdered his wife, Sentry was able to resurrect her by simply touching her. The Sentry has demonstrated the ability to recreate himself after bodily destruction, up to and including total molecular destruction within seconds. He once tried to commit suicide by flying into the heart of the sun. Dialogue between Reynolds and Void suggests that this particular capability is automatic, involuntary, and beyond control of either Reynolds or the Void. He eventually found out that all his powers apparently derived from his abilities similar to those of the virtually omnipotent Molecule Man, which he uses to take control of the latter's body and resurrect himself multiple times after seemingly being annihilated. During the conversation between Lindy, Clock, and Void, it is hinted that Sentry's power may come from cosmic source or possibly even from Judeo-Christian Islamic God. Lindy believed that his powers were of maybe biblical proportions and theorized that modern day superheroes were conduits through which such higher power is now being channeled. When Steve Rogers demands that Norman Osborn tell him how the superheroes are to stop the void, Osborn says, albeit possibly figuratively, the void is or was the angel of death. An earlier biblical flashback also revealed that the being that brought the divine plagues down to Egypt was apparently similar in appearance to the void, whom Millennia later claims that Sentry, when attacking New York, that doing so is God's way. As Sentry molecules are ahead of the current timeline, this states that he simultaneously exists in the future, present, and past altogether. He is a longtime foe of Cradio, stated that time's been for Sentry, and every situation that happens all works in his favor. Sort of a probability manipulation, but in this case, it's time. Robert Reynolds projects that the entity as a dark side effect of his powers. It has been claimed that for every benevolent act of the Sentry performs, the void corresponds with attempting an act of malevolence. Malevolence. He was formerly unaware that Void was a false personality, but has since informed otherwise. In 2009, storyline Utopia, it was temporarily separated from his being, with a shard of its essence placed with Emma Frost, which was later transferred to Scott Summers and currently resides locked away in his mind. Several reasons for the existence of Void have been given. The innate division between good and evil in an anomaly normal person, a mind virus put into place by a mutant mastermind by order of the crazed general. The idea that the void is in fact the true personality of Rob Reynolds, in the Sentry is a false one. As mentioned above, the result of covering up his past, and according to Norman Osborn, the Sentry's superhumanity eroded his humanity, leading to a void in his life. During the Siege storyline, the void exhibits a more demonic force, capable of nearly slaughtering Thor, bringing down the entire city of Asgard, and striking down every immortal hero set against it simultaneously, killing the Norn stone-powered Loki in seconds, and even tearing the god of war, Ares, in half. And Norman Osborn claims that this is the angel of death, tying into an earlier prelude which showed the void's presence in biblical time. Oh, how much more? I may pick up on this tomorrow. But again, here, all of this is for me reading the harmonization of the fees and application procedures of the global entry and Sentry programs and other changes. Due to hit tomorrow. Look at what they're covering in this. It was already a rule, already a law, but they're doing a lot of harmonization, confronting, expressing, opposing the Sentry, the nexus in Sentry, flexibility, monetization, traveling, Mexico, the U.S., Mexico, technology and concerns and websites and travelers through space and time, enrollment arrivals, Western Hemisphere. Who's on the west side? The east side, west side. 38 comments. Final rules published, harmonizing Sentry and Nexus in a global scale. You had $120 entry fee. Who are the guardians of the spirit force for the United States? They got guardians up here, legal guardians. Naturalization. This a passport. It used to be called passport. It's called port pass now. It is not called passport anymore. Not on the century Earth. No, it's not. It's called port pass. You got your new port pass? I don't know what you mean, a passport? No, your new port pass. It's a portal pass through the century of the globalization of the Artemis Accords. What FBI fingering? Finger. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let me get off of here. I'm not even tired. I think I could stay and keep reading. That was getting good. But I gotta use my sense. I gotta use my senses and relax my mind. I've been eating too many live foods. That coconut I opened up today, woo, it was good. It was good. It was good. And then, like I said, my dinner was, I cut a brain in half. The cauliflower, you know how when you cut the cauliflower a particular way, how it looked, and some red cabbage, some red onions, greater light. Ooh, this the longest. When have I ever? I'm going on 5 hours. Ooh, it's about to go down. Let me see who I can catch and go in their chat and see what's going on. Let me see. Greater light. See y'all on the rebound.